schoolwork done. Like, so I go over there to pick him up, and she's like bawling her eyes out. And I was like, look, we'll figure it out. Like, you can come stay with me for right now. We'll get it figured out. Yeah. So now, but he doesn't start school till 8:30. So I'm like, I don't want him sitting at school like too early, and then.
Don't they have before school?
Yeah, I mean, I've been dropping him off early. You know what I mean? But I have him all week now. Like, I used to have it split where I don't have to take him to school till Wednesday through Friday.
Where do you go to school?
To Browns Valley.
Oh, that's a pain in the ass.
So I'm out by Costco. I go all the way through Old Sonoma back to Browns Valley, and then I'm trying to go from Browns Valley downtown. The whole first street is backed up. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna go back to Old Sonoma. Then that whole road.
It is awful.
I'm like, oh my God, how long is this road gonna be shut down for? I was like, what the hell?
My youngest went to Browns
I'm
Valley.
like, geez, man. I was like, ah, man. So anyways, I would have been here on time today, but I have extra things to do now.
It's your kid. It's not
No, I know.
Is there a teacher that you can like
Yeah.
so early
So
that you can hang out with?
Yeah.
I dropped Jackson early home.
Yeah.
I was like, have fun.
Yeah. Well, and I do the same thing with him too, but not, you know, I just try not to do it every day because they did put out a notice to like, because he's in middle school and they have the middle school program at Browns Valley. Those kids start later than K through 5. You know what I mean? So they're trying to mitigate that. Doesn't help. But so anyways. So yeah, he's.
Can you park my call?
Did you click it? Double click.
Hello, it's not coming. Let's try again.
Testing.
Paulette, can you hear me?
She says, I heard that. Of course. It's silent. A second, turn it back on, and the camera's usually.
Can you test that?
Testing.
The podium mic?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's so loud in here. Yeah. See, that's a little loud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's our animal today?
A pit bull named Gracie.
Gracie. Aww.
Didn't we already have Gracie? Or is this another pit bull that's not Gracie?
One of them that was here finally got adopted over the weekend. Cool. I was so happy. I was like, yay!
I'm probably gonna have to get another dog.
Oh, yeah, I think we did have Gracie.
Yeah.
She looks just like the other one.
Yeah. I'll have to ask him if she has pups.
Can you?
Testing. See, mine's loud too. Can you do that mic again?
Yeah.
Why is this so loud?
Looks like they're all a little on the high side.
Just keep public feed closed.
Welcome everyone to the Napa County Board of Supervisors meeting. I'm calling this meeting of March 10th, 2026 to order. And before we start, I would like to remind everyone that Spanish interpretation is available for today's meeting. If you're here in the room, you can access the live Spanish translation on your personal device by scanning the QR code displayed in the room and using headphones. Can we get a pointer to where that QR code is? Okay.
It's right up there.
It's right up there. Okay, thank you. And if you're watching from home, you can select the Spanish translation through the Zoom link or follow the link on the website, napacounty.gov/espanol-bos, where you will also find today's meeting agenda in Spanish. We are pleased to offer the service as part of our ongoing commitment to accessibility and ensuring more members of our community can participate in the board's work. Abigail Flores, board aide, will interpret this message in Spanish for us now. Thank you, Ms. Flores.
Antes de comenzar, me gustaría recordarles a todos que hay interpretación al español disponible para la reunión de hoy. Si se encuentran aquí en la sala, pueden acceder a la traducción al español en vivo en su dispositivo personal, escaneando el código QR que se muestra en la sala y utilizando sus audífonos personales. Si están viendo la reunión desde casa, pueden seleccionar la traducción al español a través del enlace de Zoom o seguir el enlace del sitio web napacounty.gov/español BOS, donde también encontrarán el orden del día de la reunión de hoy en español. Nos complace ofrecer este servicio como parte de nuestro compromiso continuo con la accesibilidad y para garantizar que más miembros de nuestra comunidad pueden participar en la labor de la Junta.
Thank you very much. May I have roll call, please?
Vice Chair Alessio,
Present.
Supervisor Ramos,
Here.
Supervisor Gallagher. Your
Here.
name tags are switched.
Oh,
Supervisor Cottrell.
Here.
okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair Manfred.
I'm also here. I would like to have Tracy Cleveland lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, that brings us to, thank you, Neha. That brings us to item 3, Pet of the Week. Luis and Gracie, I believe, are here to say hello to us today. They always like you. Okay, good morning, Luis and Gracie. I've heard a lot of good things about Gracie already. She's friendly. She has a lot of energy. She loves to give kisses. What else? What else?
Yeah, so like you mentioned, there's a lot of the good things you already kind of highlighted. Gracie May has been at the shelter since late December. Since she's been at the shelter, if you are a fan of our website and you go onto our website, you'll see often we have, right now, we have a lot of black and white dogs. So kind of picking out who I was going to bring this week was a little challenging because they're all kind of the same. But if you kind of go down the kennel, some of the things that stand out for her are going to be her ears, where I was like, okay, well, if I bring her to the Board of Supervisors, those ears are going to stand out and she's going to do her thing. And then once I got to meet her a little bit more, I was like, okay, why is this dog still at the shelter? She's super friendly. She's super social. She's outgoing. She's confident. The moment she got into my car, she's pretty much just like, okay, where are we going to go? Even up here, the only things that she's done has basically been trying to embarrass me by licking everybody. I'm like, okay, no, guys, she's super gentle. She's like nibbling at me. But otherwise, she's super social, super outgoing. Now she's acting a little shy and behaving a little bit better. But once you saw her outside, she's a lot more social, more friendly. And she honestly just made me look like I know what I'm doing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Luis. I hope somebody takes home Gracie real soon. She looks like a wonderful addition to any family, so thank you. Time to go. We got to go. Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right, we are now moving on to approval of proclamations and commendations. We have 2 proclamations today, one recognizing National Agricultural Month and another recognizing National Women's History Month in Napa County. Is there any public comment on either of these proclamations? Is there anyone on the phones? Okay. May I please have a motion to approve the proclamations?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Vice Chair Alessio and a second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in what? Oh, Cottrell. Oh, sorry. And all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Don't imagine so. Okay, passes unanimously. I would like to invite Supervisor Cottrell to read the proclamation for National Ag Month. Yeah, perfect.
And anyone who's here for this proclamation, please join me at the podium. Thank you all for being here. And do we have 2 bunnies this morning? Wonderful. All right. All right. We are here today to commemorate National Agriculture Month. National Agriculture Month acknowledges the vital role that agriculture plays in enriching our local communities and the nation at large. This month is an opportunity to honor the unwavering dedication of our farmers, ranchers, farm workers, and the diverse array of local agricultural industries that work tirelessly to provide us with fresh, nourishing food and beautiful landscapes. Agriculture in Napa County is recognized as the highest and best use of the land, protected by the landmark Napa Valley Agricultural Preserve, established in 1968. And Napa County has more than 1,700 farms, cultivating more than 46,000 acres of farmland, resulting in agricultural production value of over $1.3 billion in 2024. Napa's growers and ranchers exemplify a commitment to stewardship of the land, working to cultivate and enhance sustainable farming practices that reflect their innovative spirit and determination. With the evolving challenges presented by our changing environment, these dedicated agriculturalists are not only focused on the present, but also proactively shaping the future. I think we've got some of the future this morning here. The agricultural workforce stands as a vital pillar of Napa County's economy, honored for its dedication, hard work, and essential contributions. It is this remarkable group of individuals who cultivate the land and nurture the vineyards, ensuring that Napa not only thrives as a world-renowned destination, but also remains a cherished place to call home. And the future of Napa County's agricultural legacy relies on cultivating the next generation of farmers, ranchers, and agricultural professionals. That's you guys. To sustain and grow Napa's agricultural industry, it is essential that we inspire, support, and invest in the youth of our community, providing them with the skills, knowledge, and opportunities necessary to carry forward the proud tradition of agriculture in Napa County. By fostering youth educational programs in agriculture, we ensure that the next generation will have the passion and tools they need to thrive and create a resilient and innovative agricultural future for our county. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on this 10th day of March, does hereby recognize March 2026 as National Agriculture Month in Napa County. We celebrate, honor, and promote the value of agriculture and the agricultural workforce in the County of Napa. We commit to supporting the growth of the next generation of farmers, ranchers, and agricultural leaders who will carry Napa's agricultural heritage into the future. Thanks for being with us, and I will turn it over to Tracy Cleveland, our Agricultural Commissioner.
Thank you. So good morning, Chair Manfrey, members of the board. I'm Tracy Cleveland, the Napa County Ag Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures, and I'm really happy to be here honoring National Agricultural Month. Today we celebrate the farmers and ranchers whose dedication and hard work help feed our communities and the world. Agriculture is more than a livelihood. It's a commitment to stewarding the land, adapting to constant challenges, and sustaining the resources that future generations depend on. Thank you to the growers, farm workers, and ag professionals whose passion and resilience keeps this vital industry strong. I'm joined by some of our amazing partners. That includes UC Ag, 4-H, Napa Valley Farm Worker Foundation, Napa Valley Grape Growers, Napa County Farm Bureau, Napa Valley Vintners, and the wine growers of Napa County. And I know a few of them want to speak, so I'm going to give them an opportunity to come up and say a few words. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Raudiskowski, and I have the pleasure of leading the UC Cooperative Extension 4-H Youth Development Program for our county, and the even greater pleasure today of introducing you to some of our incredible 4-H youth members who are joining us. And I'd like to invite one of them, Leonora Stelzner, to the microphone, who'd like to say a few words today.
Hello, my name is Leonora Stelzner. I am in the 4-Leaf Clovers 4-H Club, and I am also on the Executive Team Leadership Committee. Through agriculture, I have learned what agriculture is and how it helps our community and how youth can help support that. I raise chickens, rabbits, and guinea pigs, and I would like to thank you for this recognition. Thank you.
Rex Stoltz of the Napa Valley Vintners, just thanks for the recognition, the proclamation. Nice job by the Ag Commissioner. As people like to say, it's on the seal right behind your head, and it's great to know and get the reminder from the county of the importance and priority of ag in Napa County. Thanks.
Well, thank you all for being here. Let's take a picture in the well with my colleagues. And can you give a shout out to the name? You want to come in and introduce your rabbit? No. That's Cosmo, and what's the other one? Jeremiah. Cosmo and Jeremiah can be in the photo with us too. So, all right, come on up.
Great job, Leo. Great job, guys.
I love it. I want to get in the back.
Good job, Leo. Thank you. Yeah. Have fun. Okay, we have one more proclamation. This one honors Women's History Month, and we will be presenting this to the League of Women Voters of Napa County. So I would like to read this one as a round, and everybody has a copy here, and then we'll do the picture in the well after that. So I'll kick us off. Whereas Women's History Month recognizes and celebrates the remarkable contributions of women in economic, cultural, and social fabric of our nation and our local communities.
And whereas the 2026 Women's History Month theme, Leading the Change, Women Shaping a Sustainable Future, expands our understanding of sustainability beyond environmental stewardship to include financial stability, community resilience, leadership development, and intergenerational equity, recognizing the vital role women play in shaping innovative and enduring solutions for the future. And
whereas women across Napa Valley continue to lead with vision, collaboration, and dedication, serving in elected office, guiding local businesses and wineries, strengthening nonprofit organizations, educating future generations, advancing healthcare, and advocating for the well-being of our communities. And
whereas Virginia Jenny Sims paved the way for women in Napa County leadership when she was elected in January 1973 as Napa County's first woman supervisor representing District 4, followed by Kathleen McCullough in 1985, District 2, Catherine Winter in 1997, District 4, Diane Dillon in 2003, District 3, Belia Ramos, that's me, in 2016, District 5, and Joelle Gallagher in 2022, District 1. And
whereas Napa County made history in 2024 with the election of its first all-women Board of Supervisors, becoming only the second county in California to reach the milestone and demonstrating the growing role of women in shaping local policy and governance. And
whereas today, women hold 55% of all elected positions in Napa County, reflecting the community's confidence in women's leadership and the strong tradition of public service carried forward by women across the country. And
whereas women of every race, economic class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of Napa County in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, women have been at the forefront of securing their rights to suffrage and equal opportunity, as well as leading movements for abolition, emancipation, labor rights, civil rights, and peace, all of which have helped build a more fair and just society for all.
now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Napa County Board of Supervisors, State of California, on this 10th day of March, does hereby recognize March 2026 as Women's History Month in Napa County and encourages all residents to celebrate the achievements, leadership, and lasting contributions of the women who have shaped our past, guide our communities today, and inspire the generations who will lead Napa County into the future.
Thank you all. Let's go for the picture. Sorry, if I could have the people from the League of Women Voters here today join me at the podium.
Good morning. Yeah, so here we are. I would like to give this to you. And if you'd like to say a few words, go ahead.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yolanda Chambron, and I was a teacher before, so I have a very loud voice. I am the co-president. Okay, I'm sorry. So I am the Yolanda Chambron, co-president of the League of Women Voters of Napa County. And with me is
Bobby Ferriola.
Bobby Ferriolo. I would like to say a few words. In March, we celebrate Women's History Month, honoring the generations of women who paved the way for the right we enjoy today, particularly the right to vote. With the midterm elections approaching, we must remain vigilant in protecting these constitutional rights. We cannot allow our electoral system to be undermined by anti-voter policies rapidly advancing from the federal government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both for being here. If you'd like to join me for a picture in the well, come on down. All right, very good. Before we move on to regular business, please note that consent item 5AA and administrative item 9A have been dropped from today's agenda. And also, we will be adjourning this meeting today in the memory of Helene Franchi, former Deputy Executive Officer for Napa County. Page missing here. Okay. So we will now move on to the consent calendar items A through E, with noting that there was a correction memo on item 5AE and that 5AA has been dropped. Do we have any board comments or items to pull off the consent calendar today? I see.
Chair, can you repeat? It was 5AA dropped?
Yes, it was.
And 9A continued?
5AA dropped and item 9A dropped.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or anything to be pulled? Comments? No? Okay. Is there anyone in the room wishing to make a public comment on the consent calendar today? I don't see anyone approaching the microphone. Is there anyone on the phones? No. Okay. Then may I have a motion and a second to approve consent calendar items A through AE as amended?
So moved, Ramos.
Second, Gallagher.
Okay, we have a motion from Ramos and a second from Gallagher. All those in favor? Aye. I heard us all one at a time. Okay. Sounds like that passed unanimously. Thank you. We will now take public comment for anyone wishing to speak on items not on the agenda or any items that occur in closed session today. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak on any items not on the agenda today? I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone on the phones? No? Okay. So seeing no public comment, I'm going to move on to item 7, which is Board of Supervisors reports and announcements. Is there, let's see, I don't see anyone in the queue just yet, but I can't imagine there's no reports and announcements from the board. Okay. Supervisor, or Vice Chair Alessio, go ahead.
Wow, okay, I get to kick this off because it's been a busy time. But I want to start off that I really had the privilege and honor to attend the National Association of Counties. This is obviously a national gathering. It was held in Washington, D.C., as it is annually. I want to thank staff, Andrew Mice, for all the prep work, the introductions. It was a first for me to be there on behalf of the county. I learned a lot. He worked, made sure that our time was well spent. We visited several different departments, including transportation and infrastructure, the banking committee. We met staff with Congressman Garamendi, Congressman Thompson, Senator Padilla, anyways, it was very valuable for me. I also want to thank Supervisor Cottrell. She's a leader in DC too on behalf of our county. So thank you. I saw that leadership both on the Hill as you met people and you worked with RCRC too. So it was, I learned a lot. I spent a lot of time in the health sessions. What's interesting is that there's basically 10 high priority areas the federal government has, or NACO has identified, and multiple sessions are happening at the same time. So I really focused on the health sections while Supervisor Ramos, thank you so much for being there. And again, talk about the experience and bringing that forward and being of help, but also Supervisor Cottrell. So the three of us were in 3 different sessions the entire time. We barely saw each other, to be frank. But it was a great experience, and I look forward to going back. There's a new caucus called the Mid-Size County Caucus, which is great. And I did sign up or applied to be on the Health Committee, though when I looked at the list, it looked like it might have been fully enrolled by 10 representatives from the state of California, which is a max. So I applied just in case. And then my second, I I then applied to economic development, where I spent a little time there too. So we will see what will happen. I'm not sure if I'll be accepted in either, but I thought it was very valuable. I was, in terms of counties, California, the counties for California, CSAC, is escaping me, California Association of Counties. They just invited me to be part of their child care committee, and I'll be vice chair. So I'm excited about joining that committee and working on that here at the state. And actually, child care is on the economic development sessions for the nation in NACO. So I started bouncing over there too a bit to get some information on that. Let's see here. I attended the Congressman Thompson has a draft bill called the American Affordability Act. It was with a great cross-section of local leaders here. Our public health officer, Dr. Wu, was there, and just a great representation. Please look up the American Affordability Act of 2025 by Congressman Thompson. There's a tremendous amount of tax credits and other opportunities to help reduce cost. He's the standing senior representative on the Ways and Means Committee, and so I think there's a lot of there that can help everybody. So I look forward to seeing that and hopefully seeing that pass. I'm going to mention some things that I know that we've all been to. One was last Saturday, and I'll go ahead and I ask others to jump in on this too. But I want to thank staff, Leah Doyle in particular, JR, and other staff who worked hard on bringing together the annual Napa County Fire Appreciation Dinner. It's the second one I've attended. It was excellent. So what a great way to recognize our firefighters, our first responders, and their anniversaries that ended with Brett Skilling's at 35 years, starts at 5 years to 35 years, and also just appreciate, recognizing People of the Year, Firefighters of the Year. So that was wonderful. I think I'm going to end on, even though there's more, but I'm going to end with a comment in regards to Queen of the Valley Medical Center. As you've read, there are negotiations right now by North Bay Health System to purchase Queen of the Valley, which is a Providence hospital. There's 17 hospitals by Providence in the state. The president of North Bay reached out to me, and I'm sure he reached out to everybody here. There's a process that has to go through in addition to the negotiations. But as somebody who worked at Queen of the Valley for 20 years, 10 years in the hospital and 10 years in community outreach, I think this is going to be a really good thing, to be honest. The president did say that they want to invest in the hospital, that they want to maintain the leadership, and I don't want to say too much, but I was very pleased with the conversation. But there is a process. There is a time in which 135 days, in addition to having the Attorney General approve this, it will come to this board in the future also for approval. But I just want to say I think it's going to be positive for our community and for the people there at Queen of the Valley. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your update, Vice Chair Alessio. Anyone else on updates? Supervisor?
I'll go first.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Cottrell.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Alessio, for mentioning NACO. I think it was a great trip, and it's a wonderful way to go as Napa County representatives when we can all cover different areas. So thank you, Supervisor Ramos and Supervisor Alessio, for that.
Cottrell, I forgot to thank our Public Works Director, Steve Letter, was on my notes. Steve, thank you so much for being there. You were truly a value there. I felt like they listened, as I think some people would say, the different committees or the departments that we went to, they really listened to you. So thank you for taking time to take that trip with us. Sorry, I felt bad. I had to jump in real quick.
Steve, thank you very much. You did a great job, so appreciate that. And I think one of the ones I want to call out is I chair the Resilient Counties Innovation Council there, and we had a good discussion. We brought someone from Larimer County, Colorado, to talk about emergency response, someone from Vibrant Lahaina was there to talk about how they have built community recovery after the fire there, and then someone from the Environmental Defense Fund to talk about flood resilience. So it's important to me in that resilience space to talk across disasters and preparedness across different threats that we face. So I think that was a good session, and NACA was a powerful and valuable conference. I also wanted to mention that Supervisor Gallagher and I joined the Napa Valley Vintners and our Director of Housing and Community Services, Jennifer Palmer, and Andrew Mize, our legislative analyst, for a day of advocacy. There's an important farm worker housing bill that is out there that our Assembly member, Cecilia Aguiar Curry, is authoring, and it was great to go with our incredible staff. And Ms. Palmer, thank you so much for your leadership there, and to the Vintners for your contribution. And the Vintners brought several members who could advocate and share stories of how important their farm worker employees are to their teams. And so I think it was very effective advocacy and a great example of partnership and supportive ag, which is what we're about today. And now I also want to mention, if you've driven through District 3 recently, you know we're having a lot of roads challenges. I want to say thank you to Caltrans for their improvements of the pavement on 29 just north of Yountville. That has really, there were several sinkholes there, which they did a great job repairing. And the current challenge is a sinkhole between Oakville and Rutherford. That has required an entire road closure because they've had to dig down underneath that sinkhole. So there's a lot of traffic delays. And so I want to say thank you to the residents who've reached out with concerns, but also suggestions. And I've been in touch with Caltrans, also our Napa Valley Transportation Authority. Danielle Schmitz has been really helpful too. So this is a challenging time. I think we've got another couple of weeks. I've encouraged Caltrans to, as much as they can, communicate so that people know what the plans are and so they can make their changes accordingly. Right now, I understand that there's a full stoppage between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. That could change, but people are encouraged to route around that. The good thing about that is hopefully it shortens the entire time frame that this construction will be happening. So thank you for the feedback and thanks for your patience during that. Also wanted to echo Supervisors Alessio comments about the firefighter appreciation dinner. Thanks to county staff who helped with that. Thanks to our Napa County Fire Department leadership, Chief Ryan and Chief Greenberg and Chief Ham. You guys really, your support there makes a big difference as well. So thank you for that. And we did recognize Brett Skillings for 35 years, and we also had a moment to say goodbye and thank you to Ken Van Overen from the Deer Creek, Dry Creek station, who passed away recently. So great event, and thanks for the team who supported that too. So with that, I will end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cottrell. I have Supervisor Ramos and then Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. I'm going to try and speed this one up. So as to not repeat what my colleagues said, for NACO, I just wanted to report to everyone I did attend. I am a member, California's representative to the Justice and Public Safety Committee, and we did receive a very informative update of the state of really uncertainty, I will say, as it relates to the Department of Homeland Security and the unprecedented times that we're in, which Supervisor Gallagher and I continue to work through your direction as the ad hoc committee and working with Sheriff Ortiz on that matter as well. A couple of things just to add. We've said this before. The general plan is it's a marathon. And right now is the time to get involved at the ground level with the baseline data report. And we have some community workshops coming up and an in-person session where you can participate and really help us understand what the present is so we can inform the future from your perspective is on March 19th from 10:30 to 12:30 at Schmidt Hall in Yountville, and online on March 23rd from 4:30 to 6 via Zoom, and registration is required, and you can find that registration link on our county website. I've had the opportunity to represent our county at CSAC and attend the CSAC Challenge Awards, and I will say, I think I would encourage everyone, attend the CSAC Challenge Awards. If you are ever asked to judge the CSAC Challenge Award applications, do it. There are some amazing projects that are innovative projects that are coming out of counties, and I will say no one can compete with LA. I think they submitted like 92 applications and they win a lot of them, but there's some really exciting things. One of them that I really, really liked was Glenn County's outreach project to seniors specifically, and having resource fairs for seniors and bringing all the departments that would be relevant to senior services. So I would like that at a future time for us to share that information and discuss if that is an opportunity to explore further with our Commission on Aging as a possible way to do greater outreach. In American Canyon, the Chamber hosts a State of the City luncheon, and they've been gracious enough for the last 9-10 years to give me an opportunity to give a state of the county. And so I get a few minutes to present on the county, and I just wanted to share with my colleagues the one thing that I presented that the entire crowd clapped over was our new behavioral health campus and the investments that we made. And so I just share that because I think that there are some exciting things that we're doing. And while we had to throw some good money after this to make that happen, truly it is going to it's an asset that is needed in our community, and I'm really looking forward to that. And so is the community. So I wanted to share that with each of you. The next thing, which hopefully you have all are reading the updates, is from CSAC on HR1 impacts. And the HR1 impact to California is approximated to be $9.5 billion. And I think that that is incredibly important, especially as we go into our mid-year budget review and we understand looking at our fiscal policies. And we are a no backfill policy county. That's how we are. And so we have some policy decisions to make. We have some fiscal decisions to make, and it's going to affect the services and the programming that we have. And so if you get those updates, please do read them. I know they're really long. Graham really adds a lot to them, but they're really, really informative. And so I would ask you to do that. Next, some exciting things. I think I am grateful to Supervisor Alessio, who let me participate as her alternate at the NVTA meeting, because it actually affected very much my district, and that is in American Canyon. We are abandoning the roundabout model on Highway 29, and we are moving forward with synchronization of lights. And so that is a very big change. We've been talking roundabouts for years, and so seeing that the data of the carrying capacity of signalizations is so much greater, that's how we are moving forward. The next thing I will add is that I had an opportunity, it goes along with the Queen of the Valley News, I had an opportunity to recently tour the North Bay Health Primary and Urgent Care Facility in American Canyon. It was very, very timely. It was very strategically set at that time. And I'm looking forward to those working relationships, and they have a great relationship with their Solano County Board of Supervisors, and they're certainly going to engage all of you. They already are located in my district, but I do encourage all of us to remain engaged through this process. And why that matters, when you think about, you've got this hospital, it is not county business, but I will just say to everyone, this is me preaching a little bit. If our local hospitals do not succeed, we end up in a situation where we may even have to look at a county hospital. And there is nothing that will make you not want to be here as having to run a county hospital. The counties that have had to run hospitals have been incredibly challenged. You look at anything from Glenn County to San Mateo County, and it has consumed their Tuesday meetings. So it's really important that we follow along and that we are part of that process so that we can ensure that that safety net of essential health services is available for our community. And then I do have one referral, but I'm going to say two things because I've got a fire sticky right here. And so the first one is that tomorrow, Firewise will be at Redwood Credit Union to host a fire safety seminar at the Devlin location. And I know Chief Greenberg's going to be there, Fire Marshal's going to be there. I think our fire administrator, JR, is going to be there as well. Is that nods? Is it? Whoa, that's news to me. So it was canceled yesterday. So I should probably look at that. So scratch that. Okay, next one. So now I will just say thank you to all who made the firefighter appreciation dinner go forward. And I think what's really important is that we don't do this alone. We had tremendous support from the Gallo family in terms of venue. We had support from the Vintners. We had support from the grape growers. And we had support from Constellation and from the Rutherford Fire Association. And so I just really appreciate all the work that goes into it and how our community truly is a partner with the board on that. For the referral, I would just add, and my apologies because I should limit myself to 3 minutes since I do that to everybody else. My referral would be looking at our agenda item today, Mr. CEO, what I am seeing is that there are a number of budget amendments that kind of, they come up in different spots. And I think one of the ways that would certainly help me to be, and I think also help those reading our agenda items is to actually put budget amendments into their own section. And part of that being if we can see those budget amendments, you know, we look at the Public Works one, there were a bunch of budget amendments. Then we have some budget amendments for HR classifications. And so if we can have those as we look going forward and how we create greater transparency into our budget, I would really love to be able to look at this agenda and see how we can organize budget amendments into their own sections and to break them out by capital improvements, by new appropriations, things that were not included in the budget that we are changing, and then any revisions or corrections. Understanding that this is part of what we do, these items need to come to us for our approval, but I would really like to see them in their own section, easier to find, and for us to be able to really kind of capture what's that running total and how we're moving forward. So I just offer that by way of referral. And the next one, you know, we've had a lot of changes in our capital, just in our capital assets and where we're standing right now, given some unfortunate circumstances that have happened with our buildings and having to relocate employees. And I would really appreciate in advance of our budget hearings to have a capital workshop that we could just look at capital projects, what we have, in our asset inventory, what projects are already scheduled, what needs to be on our minds in terms of a forecast so that we can really be informed to see what those next steps. I think this would be timely given that we have pivoted from the larger facilities master plan that we were pursuing, and to be able to see how we can better serve our community through location, through right sizing, and to make sure that we are utilizing our county dollars effectively to deliver those services. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Gallagher?
Okay, I'm going to go very fast. Thank you to Fire. Great event. Thank you to everyone that helped. Also, great day at the Capitol with the Vintners group. That was really, really important and a great experience, and loved meeting new people. So thank you again for that. Wanted to say congratulations to HHSA for being acknowledged by the governor as a CARES champion. This is reflecting that we have successfully implemented Care Court within our community and have among the highest rates of petitions on a per capita basis. So congratulations to HHSA and to all of us for doing such a good job on that. One thing I wanted to mention, the Napa County Wildfire Preparedness, Watershed Protection, and Open Space Preservation Act of 2026 is currently in gathering signatures. So I'm hoping that we can, that our staff can work with the sponsors to bring back a presentation to us on the measure so we can better understand it and ask questions, and also have an opportunity for the public to hear more. I'm excited to hear more about that. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam
So
Chair,
I'll go.
Madam Chair, may I just,
Oh, yeah.
that was a referral to staff to bring back an item? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I will go through my updates now. Thank you, Supervisor Ramos, for covering the baseline data report. That was my first item, but I'll just underscore how incredibly important that is for the future of the community. For anyone to participate in that, you are highly encouraged. I would like to announce that Napa County is hiring vote center workers for the June and November statewide elections. You can earn more than $900 for 50 to 60 hours of work during 3 weeks in May and October. And you can look at napacounty.gov/job opportunities to apply for working and helping out in our vote centers, a critical part of making democracy work. We are also looking forward to the Napa Climate Now Climate Summit, which is March 26th at Napa Valley College Performing Arts Center. And whether you are a resident, landowner, business owner, student, or simply someone who cares about Napa's future, the summit offers a practical look at how climate resilience is being built locally. It's an opportunity to learn what's already underway and how your individual actions can connect to broader community efforts. And featured there will be Napa Firewise, Napa Resource Conservation District, and the Calistoga Resiliency Center, among other speakers. So that will be a lovely community event. And speaking of fire, I had the pleasure of attending the Community Wildfire Protection Plan meetings for Berryessa, Highlands, and Circle Oaks in the recent weeks. And I'm so glad to see those communities moving forward with their planning and efforts on the ground to be fire safe. And Silverado Fire Safe Council also had an informational event in the past few weeks. So District 4 has been hard at work on fire safety and educating people, keeping them motivated. It's been a little while since the fires have been really bad here, but that doesn't mean, that we can let down our guard on fire safety. So thanks to Capel Valley Volunteer Fire Station for hosting 2 of those events. And it's always a good time to be working on fire safety. Right now is a great time to be weed whacking and working with a chainsaw before it dries out too much to do that kind of work. So just a heads up to my rural neighbors. Don't relax just yet. There's work to do. We'll be having another community event, an urban ecology speech at Copia from Chris Schell, who's an urban ecologist from UC Berkeley, on the 20th of March at 4 p.m. And just to explain briefly why this might be of interest to you is that urban ecology isn't just the things that are negative environmental impacts from urban development, but also the ways in which, and really more so, the ways in which ecology continues to unfold in urban areas. And so how to kind of have a space for humans that's also a space for wild creatures to live and thrive and do both. And I think we do an incredible job of that here locally. The flood protection project, the flood management project, was a huge move forward in bringing functional ecology back to the center of the city of Napa. We have beavers downtown. It's that kind of story. And so it should be a very inspiring event, and I encourage anyone who's thinking about it to attend. I will be attending CivicWell, a conference for good governance from the 12th to the 14th of this month, and I'll come back with a report from that later this month. And thank you to the attendees of the NACO conference in DC. That was a really big trip, and I appreciate you going on Napa County's behalf and advocating for us there, and for staff members who went as well. It was a big effort, and wonderful that it happened. I would also just like to mention support for Supervisor Ramos's request for resource fairs for seniors, possibly through the Commission on Aging, for the referral for changing our agenda so that budget amendments have their own section, just for clarity and making things a little easier to follow, and for capital projects workshop in advance of budget hearings. I think that could be really helpful for all of us to see. So that, oh, there's another page. But there's only one thing on it. So our last item here is that we'll be on March 19th handing out recycling awards for the most highest achieving recycling businesses, schools, and nonprofit organizations in the community. These entities show real leadership in meeting the challenge of recycling. This year's award winners are showing that recycling can become a part of normal operations and even potentially save money. We look forward to presenting the recycling awards to the winners and encourage other agencies to follow their lead in adopting eco-friendly strategies into their operations. And I will note that Napa County has moved forward recently with a new requirement for takeout food containers to be compostable in the county's jurisdiction. That, I believe, is it for announcements. And we will not be, there's no items pulled from consent, so there's nothing on agenda item 8 for discussion of items pulled from consent. And we will move on to item 9, administrative items, noting that item 9A has been dropped from the agenda. That leaves us with 3 items, starting with 9B, receiving a report on the county Community Health Improvement Plan for the fiscal year 24-25. So I welcome Jennifer Yasumoto, Director of Health and Human Services Agency, to present this report. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Chair Manfrey and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Jennifer Yasumoto. I'm the Health and Human Services Agency Director, and I'm really pleased to be here with you today to walk you through our Community Health Improvement Plan update from fiscal year 24-25, which is our first year of implementation, and I'm joined here by 2 colleagues who I will have them introduce themselves.
Good morning, Chair Manfrey and board members. My name is Jennifer Henn. I'm a public health manager with HSA Public Health.
And good morning, Chair Manfrey and supervisors. I'm Christine Wu. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Health and HSA Public Health, and also the Health Officer. Good morning.
So we are going to walk you through a PowerPoint that we have prepared here. And I also, at different points in this, we're going to be kind of tag teaming and going across the table here. And we also have in the room, and when we get to that, they will come up to the podium. But I just wanted to acknowledge that we have CRC here in the room. And we also have Providence Queen of the Valley Medical Center. And that's specifically because when we get to that point in the presentation, we wanted to ask our partners to actually come up and sort of highlight and showcase and walk you through their specific programs and services. So as this first slide indicates, this is our year 1 report. And I will say that our hope was to be here sooner than we are here today. We are now 2/3 of the way through year 2, just for some context. And that has a lot to do with the fact that this is, as your board knows, when we were here in 2024, the first time ever that we've approached our Community Health Improvement Plan in this way. We'll get to kind of the more details about how we've operationalized it, but took a lot of work to get here. We will anticipate being here later this year for the year 2 update, so we'll kind of get our process locked down more quickly. And the thought had occurred to me that when we were preparing this, that 2 of our board members were not here on the board when we launched this in the spring of 2024. So we're going to do our best to kind of go backwards a little bit and then talk about what we're doing now and then sort of project what's happening in the future. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wu.
Next slide. So as Director Yasumoto said, we're here to give that annual update or year 1 update on the Community Health Improvement Plan, which is really how we work on addressing the health priorities identified in our community health assessment. So before we get to that, as she said, we should take a step back, and I'm going to try to summarize her presentation in like 1 minute, so bear with me. I often say that the difference between being a medical doctor and being a public health officer is that I have to transition from taking care of one patient at a time to taking care of the whole community. And so if you think about the annual visit that you have to have with your doctor, where you talk about your health concerns and you try to identify, individualized prevention plan for the year, we're taking that same concept over and applying it to the population. And that's why we also do a regular community health assessment and then work on the priorities identified during that time in our improvement plan. And so our current community health improvement plan, or CHIP, brings together the priorities identified in our 2023 CHA, which you may recall, for those who are here, from Director Yasumoto's presentation, is really truly a synthesis of multiple priorities and goals from various plans, strategic plans, surveys, coalitions that were done. And it was also done in partnership with Providence Queen of the Valley Medical Center, and also informed by and in alignment with the results from the Napa Older Adults Assessment. And those 5 health priorities were identified through a collaborative process and identified as housing, behavioral health, access to health services, race equity and LGBTQ inclusion, and economic stability. Next slide. And to kind of talk a little bit further about that alignment, in 2025, last year, adults over age 60 made up about 28% of our population, and this age group is expected to continue growing. Seniors are often at higher risk for developing chronic health conditions and may need additional support to prepare for hazards or when recovering from disasters. And that's why it was so important to our community to have that Napa Older Adults Assessment. That was started in 2022. It involved 1,500 surveys of older adults in our community and 76 focus group participants. And this slide is to show that despite different processes and timelines, the priorities identified in the 2023 CHA aligned well with the priorities identified by the NOAA. And many of our CHIP strategies also address the needs identified by the NOAA. And I'm now going to pass it to Jennifer Henn to talk a little bit more about that process. And then you, as mentioned, you will also get a chance to hear directly from our partners, a couple of our community partners later today.
Thank you. So I want to talk just a little bit about the work of Live Healthy Napa County and the role it plays in both developing and implementing the CHIP. I'm fortunate to be part of the team that supports the work of LINK. And this collaborative does help with the development of both our CHA and our CHIP. We convene partners across multiple sectors, such as government, nonprofits, healthcare, education, to facilitate the cyclical assessment, planning, action, and evaluation process that's focused on improving health outcomes for all who live, work, play, learn, and age in Napa County. The LINK Collaborative first started in 2012, and this is the first time we've implemented a CHIP where there's been dedicated funding for strategies within our priority areas. So very, very exciting for us. In addition to facilitating quarterly LINK meetings, our 2 community health planners, Erin Nievenhouse and Leslie Medina, regularly convene work groups and meet with partners individually. So right now, we are kind of in the bottom part of this cycle you see up on the screen there. So we are still a couple of years away from our next community health assessment. So what we're doing right now is, I would say LINK is serving as an incubator that brings partners together to share learnings, reduce silos, and collaborate on new efforts aimed at addressing priority areas. So we really view this community health improvement plan as a living document that we're continuing to work on throughout the implementation cycle. Another part of the work that the team does to support CHIP implementation is to produce an annual report that covers outcome measures for all CHIP strategies. You will see a highlight of some of these outcomes today, but a more in-depth analysis for the first year of implementation can be found on our open data portal, which the link to that site is on the slide. In addition, our open data portal also has a population health metrics dashboard. This has all of the metrics that were included in that 2023 community health assessment that was done with Providence, Queen of the Valley. So those have been updated with the most recently available data, and they will continue to be updated annually so that we can track our population health metrics over time and look at how things are changing. And then finally, we also have an interactive dashboard for the CHIP itself that's highlighting the priority areas and some of the great work of our funded partners. This is a place, if you just want to take a quick look at the CHIP outcomes, you can go instead of diving into the full report.
Okay, so when we were here in the spring of 2024, we presented to your board our plan for operationalizing the CHIP, and this was a first ever, lining up not only the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement funds, the MSA funds that your board has always set aside for community health, but HHSA also leveraged and aligned the Mental Health Services Act funding and our opioid settlement funding. And in total, that was $10.8 million awarded in funding to 36 contracts. And those contracts lined up across those 5 priority areas. And within those 5 priority areas are 28 strategies. So CBOs, partners had to apply for funding, indicating what objective and strategy they were going to implement through their programs and services. And then we went through a 3 grant awarding process, and as your board knows, we then came with 36 contracts for your board that started fiscal year 24-25. And to go back to what Dr. Wood highlighted around the NOAA strategies and really finding and looking for the alignment there, 42% of that funding has been awarded to strategies that also address the Napa older adult assessment. So we looked for alignment across. And really, this was a first ever collective impact, and how are we going to advance health, and how are we also going to make it clear what we're doing to our community by lining these up. You can see in that chart to the right the funding investments by priority area. And some of that, behavioral health obviously has a big portion of that. That's in part due to the fact that we leveraged $5 million in MHSA dollars. But I think that's a pretty good distribution. Behavioral health continues to be one of the primary areas. And because of different funding streams, that $10.8 million ran over the course of 3-year contracts. So for MSA and OSF, they were 3-year contracts. For MHSA, they were 2-year contracts. And that has everything to do with the fact that as we go along our business, the state is making changes, and we will be flipping to the Behavioral Health Services Act effective July 1 of 2026. So we stopped that process so we could launch a new process under BHSA, and I can share more about that when we get toward a later slide. So this slide here now transitions us to, and it doesn't all fit on one page, so I'm going to sort of toggle back and forth between this slide and slide 8. What you see here are the 36 contracts essentially operationalized at the program and service level. And so much like we did when we were here almost 2 years ago, here's how the programs and service nicely distribute across the 5 priority areas. And each of those programs, there wasn't enough room on the slide to indicate the specific strategy, but each of those programs are addressing a specific strategy, one of 28 in the CHIP. So just to highlight a few of them, because you can obviously read them all, but one thing that might be worth, because it kind of links to a comment made during your board reports. So we have Providence Community Health, right? Their program, it is funded by Older Americans Act dollars through the AAA, but this county leverages additional money, and here in this case it's MSA dollars, to bolster the information and assistance. And so here we see 310 older adults were provided case management with help with daily tasks. That also helps with some of the navigation. And as your board knows, Connections in Napa County, which is the ADRC, also launched. And I will say that that work and that priority on launching that is tied specifically to the NOAA and the CHIP work. Also, focusing another on older adults, you can see Share the Care, 104 older adults served in their fall prevention program. We know that's a huge priority area for older adults. We have, for Canvey, 17,802 Meal on Wheels delivered, COAD 63 community events. And one of the things I will say here, and this is important, is the funding that we're providing through these contracts does not fund 100% of these programs. It is hard to de-link when you braid funding what percentage is actually our funding, but when we look at the program budgets, they range from under 10% of the program being funded through our contracts all the way up to 95%. And I think some of the couple of the projects we're going to highlight later with our partners here, those range between 50 and 60% of the funding supporting those programs. These contracts too, so they're not just contracts, they're partners and they're partnerships. So the contracts here are actually managed across Health and Human Services. So once we let the contracts, we have our different program divisions who are helping to contract monitor and manage the contracts. They make annual site visits to the programs to see the services and deliverables in action. And sort of a continuation of that is the next area, behavioral health, which is supported through our MHSA dollars and opioid settlement funds. And some of the things to highlight there, Triple P, your board is very familiar with that collaborative and program. 75% reported an increase in parent-child improved relationships. We have, there was another one I wanted to highlight here. Let's see here. Under economic stability, and that's a prior one, Parents Can, 89% who attended reported lower levels of stress and anxiety directly impacting parenting positively. We've got Providence, Queen of the Valley Medical Center, a different one than we're going to highlight later in more detail, but 306 patients received behavioral health screening and referral. So as your board can tell, there are a lot of really good outcomes and metrics that you can see, maybe for the first time directly through a report coming to your board. And this is really a fraction of the detail that you'll be able to see in the 37-page report, where there really is a page for every single one of these programs. So, but it's too much to go through in here, but I wanted to highlight this. And really, this is significant because how we have now systematized and memorialized our process, there is no quick fix to community health. And these are instead strategic investments made focusing on the social drivers of health. So we're really proud of this work and proud of the work of our community partners. And with that, we are going to move on to highlighting the two with our partners who are in the room with us.
Yeah, so I'd like to thank Erica Lubinsky, Director of Community Resources for Children, and Eva Simonson, the Associate Director of CRC, for being here today. And I'd like to invite Eva up to the podium to talk about their project, Delivering Economic Stability for Child Care Providers and the Working Families They Serve.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Manfree and members of the board. And thank you to Napa County Health and Human Services for inviting us to share about our program today. I'm especially honored to be here today during Women's History Month to celebrate the achievement of remarkable women in our community who I've had the pleasure of meeting. Our program supports Napa County's goal, as you can see, of strengthening economic stability among systemically marginalized communities by supporting Spanish-speaking licensed child care providers who operate child care programs out of their own homes. Many of these providers opened their child care businesses within the last couple of years, and our team has helped them launch, stabilize, and grow. Next slide, please. Our 5-month Spanish language business training program is offered twice a year to a cohort of 15 childcare providers and emphasizes connection and peer support. As shown on the slide, providers complete 35 hours of training, receive wraparound support, and also participate in child development workshops and peer support groups. This foundation is essential for women who are simultaneously building childcare programs and launching childcare businesses. Our annual goal, as you can see, is to serve 30 providers, which in turn supports 180 children with stable quality childcare. As a result, it enables 198 adults to enter or remain in the workforce. We estimate that the total program probably stabilizes around 230 families. Our first cohort graduated last year and is already showing very strong momentum. 2 providers expanded their licenses from small to large, increasing their capacity from 8 to 14 children. And 60% now employ assistants, creating additional jobs for Napa County families. These outcomes really illustrate the ripple effects of supporting women in opening and strengthening childcare businesses. Families gain reliable care, parents remain in the workforce, and economic stability grows across our community. And these numbers translate into real personal transformation. I wish I had time to share individual stories, but let me just share what the class speaker said at our graduation ceremony. She said, "We didn't just complete a professional development course. We completed a transformation within ourselves." It was a powerful moment and a testament to what happens when you meet people where they are. Through a program designed with them in mind, in their language of choice, and led by bilingual, bicultural instructors. So as you've just heard, this program extends well beyond the classroom. It fosters transformative growth, which is key to disrupting systemic marginalization. To sustain this progress, continued investment in childcare is necessary. Thank you for your partnership, and we look forward to continuing this work together.
Thank you so much, Eva. Next, we'd like to thank our partners from Providence, Queen of the Valley Medical Center, Terry Smith and Suzanne Scully, for being here today. And I invite Suzanne Scully, the substance use navigator at QVMC, to the podium to talk about their project to address substance use disorder through embedding a full-time son in the emergency department.
Thank you, Dr. Wu. Thank you for inviting me.
Bring it lower.
I can do that, okay. Good morning, Miss Manfrey and the Board of Supervisors. I'm Suzanne Scully. 4 years ago, I came to Providence, Queen of the Valley Medical Center, and to start substance use services there at the hospital. There was a grant that was being provided by the state of California, the CA Bridge Grant, and the purpose of that was to have 56 hospitals here in California have a substance use counselor available full-time in the emergency rooms. A lot of this happened as a result of our opiate epidemic, our fentanyl epidemic here in the state of California. So I started 4 years ago, and at that time, the history of substance use services in hospitals was pretty much, there was none. A lot of times that was the social workers or nurses or doctors. So bringing together a program, I had been in substance use services for 20-some years. And so we started out just trying to make relationships and trying to see what the purpose was and what we needed to do. And over the past 4 years, I'm really happy to say that the program that's in place now provides substance use services not just to patients that are admitted to the emergency room, but to all patients admitted throughout the hospital. the funding from the CA Bridge grant only lasted a couple years, and so we were able also to continue to sustain these services with part of the opiate settlement funding through Napa County, and so we have increased some of the services that we provided because of the support. Can I go to the next slide? Do I ask somebody? Okay. So our program consists of 4 components. First of all, we have the medically assisted treatment part. This is where doctors actually prescribe buprenorphine in the emergency room. This was what started the CA Bridge program, so that people that come into the emergency room that need buprenorphine, the Suboxone, it's a drug that is given when people are in opiate withdrawal, or to help them get off opiates so that they can enter into treatment. It's really important that they're able to get it in the emergency room. It's a lot of times what we're prescribing is a bridge dose. So as they get it in the emergency room, then we connect them with MAT services, whether it's Ole Health or Napa County, so that they continue on with that treatment. And so that was one of the components of our substance use services at the hospital. The other part of the services is having a dedicated counselor there, 40-hour full-time position, who meets with patients in the ED in the hospital for all substances, whether it's opiates or alcohol or any other kind of substances. The purpose of the substance use is to do a brief intervention, do an assessment, connect them with services. And so the medically assisted treatment program, back up a little bit. So that we start out with not prescribing Suboxone to anybody, to 30% of the time. Actually, everyone that comes into the hospital now that needs that prescription is given it. And I was just the other day, someone came into the emergency room. I want to share the story. And they had a young person, and they were going into one of our treatment program, and they had just started the day before. And so the first part of treatment program is a detox component, and then residential treatment. And they were in their early 20s, so they had been on fentanyl for 4 years. They had never been off of it since they started it, and they were terrified to get the Suboxone. And so they were at the detox, and they were going through withdrawal, so the detox sent them over to the emergency room. So in the emergency room, I, with the doctors, helped this person not only kind of understand what Suboxone was, what it could do, but also we talked to her about starting at a very low dose, and over the course of 8 hours, increasing that dose, because you can, like every 30 minutes to 60 minutes, and just counseling her to the point where at the end of, she was there for about 8 hours. At the end of the day, she was on a prescribed amount of Suboxone, and she could go back to the detox and then continue on that Suboxone, get her dose the day after that and the day after that. So it's a lot of times people are afraid or they don't understand. And so I'm really proud of the hospital and what we've accomplished in the past 4 years, because that now is a standard practice. That we're able to do that. We're able to do that in a way that I think is knowing substance use treatment for the past 25 years, I have to say that level of service is very high quality. To be able to do that on that level is really, I'm really proud of it, and I'm glad that our patients and our community can get services like that. The other thing that I'm very proud of is that our naloxone distribution program, we received or worked with the Napa Opioid Coalition, and we have what they call a naloxone distribution box outside of our emergency room. And over the past year, 2025, we have distributed 1,530 naloxone kits to the community that have gone out of that box. and over 1,300 fentanyl test strips. Fentanyl test strips are strips that you can test different substances, all substances, to see if they've been contaminated with fentanyl. So this also helps people that are using substances keep from getting fentanyl and fentanyl overdoses. Can I share another story? A couple of weeks ago, around the first of the year, a nurse came up to me at the hospital and said she had gotten to work at 7:30 that morning. I think it was a Monday morning. And as she was getting out of her car, she noticed two men on a bicycle right up to the knock-on box. One of the men were slumped over, kind of looked like he was unconscious. Other man laid him down, administered Narcan to him. The other man was revived. They both got on their bicycle and rode off. So I was, you have a box and you're distributing 1,530 kits and you really don't know who took them or where they went, or, I've always had these like fantasies of what's happening to them. But to hear that firsthand, that's actually being used to save a life was really inspiring for me. And confirming. The other thing about our services is that we have our education and culture change. And so we are providing education on naloxone, medically assisted treatment, substances, different kinds of treatment programs, and also the culture change is really about language change too. And so modeling that language in the hospital, instead of falling into words of, well, why don't they just stop, or how come they're still doing this, or, to really help phrase it so that we have a better understanding of people having this disorder, and especially with harm reduction. Perhaps today we can do better, or they can, leave here with services and it's, just changing that language and changing those attitudes so that we can better serve the patients that suffer from opiate use disorder or any kind of substance use disorder.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I can just share, just maybe make a couple comments about that. On the first, the child care providers, I was at the graduation, and it was truly heartwarming to see when Eva says transformational, seeing women have additional skills to feel empowered, but it also really creates community resilience and longer-term sustainability for businesses that oftentimes are on the margins. And if you can map out the business processes, you've got longevity, which is wonderful for the providers and wonderful for the children they care for and wonderful for our community. As we know, we always need more child care providers. So I just wanted to add that piece. And then the work that Suzanne described, the SUN program in the ED, Suzanne is a great contributor to our Napa Opioid Safety Coalition, and she partners wonderfully. It increases the referrals that are made to our substance use outpatient treatment as well as our residential treatment, which will ultimately be moving over to our amazing new behavioral health treatment center. But I share that because these dots of connectivity are really everywhere, and how we've mapped this out and operationalized the CHIP really does feed into programs that are the sort of bread and butter of the work that we do and the backbone of the work that we do. So I just want to really acknowledge our partners for their dedication and work. And again, we've highlighted 2. There are 36, but there's this lovely, wonderful report that your board has that's also on the website. So I would encourage people to peruse that, and we'll continue bringing back annual updates for your board. The sort of last substantive slide is really kind of mapping out this chart for you so that you can see the CHIP in context, because we live and breathe this all the time, but it's pretty weedy stuff. And what is our plan for continued collective impact? So from what we've said so far that on that timeline going kind of left to right, we had our community health assessment, and we are now sitting in the middle of 2/3 of the way through year 2 on this. But what this really maps out and puts into context is we are in a 5-year CHIP cycle. And that cycle started July 1 of 2024, and it runs through June 30 of 2029. We can have a chip that goes up to 3 or 5 years, but we're choosing 5 because at the same time we're doing this, the state of California is changing requirements, and they want to basically do what we're already doing in 2029, which is aligning community health assessments and aligning chips. So we won't have, in theory, hospitals with different chips will all be lining up against one chip. We, I think, have been forward thinking and have mapped this out already for ourselves, and also the funding, because you can have the theoretical structure and we have these recommendations, and then it's really how do you operationalize it in your community. I don't know of another county that's doing this. I certainly don't know of another county that's taking 3 different funding sources and using them to operationalize the chip. What I had mentioned before around the 3-year cycles versus the 2-year cycles. So if you look at the sort of lighter green and the lighter blue, those are the contracts that are currently in play right now in this fiscal year through this current fiscal year for MHSA, and then for our MSA and OSF funded contracts, those will run 1 more year. So one of the things that I also wanted to get support from your board around is in a year, we will be here again, but we will be here in a slightly different posture, which is we will be doing another RFP round using MSA and OSF funds. And to the extent your board has very graciously set that money aside, I am recommending and requesting that for the out years, the top green, those 2 remaining years of the 5, that again will start in next year, that will be for the last 2 fiscal years of our chip cycle, recommending $1.5 million be dedicated in MSA dollars to those 2 years. So that would create an RFP for 2 years at $3 million. And we intend to, looking at OSF, we intend to allocate $600,000 or $300,000 in each of those years. Looking at the bottom, because again, the flip to MHSA to BHSA actually starts this coming fiscal year, we actually launched an RFP for $1.4 million in December. And we are going through intent to negotiates now and intend to bring contracts to your board that would start effective fiscal year 26-27, and those are 3-year contracts. So that's the bottom blue that you see there. But when you see these different moving parts, you see how they come together, and they knit together a funding strategy over the 5-year chip. And if your board approves $1.5 million a year for those 2 out years, in total, calculating out, it will be an $18.9 million investment across those 5 years using the 3 funding strategies. And I will say I conferred with Ms. Craig, our assistant CEO, because I think a question your board's going to ask is, can we afford $1.5 million for 2 years for MSA? As your board knows, historically, your board has set aside $1.1 million a year, and that was the sort of annual standard for many years. When we hit the pandemic, your board increased that investment. And if you look at the current MSA contracts, they were 3 years at $5 million, so it's about 1.6. So this keeps it fairly consistent with that at 1.5 million. You have a fund balance right now that can survive that because you're sitting at about 7.8 million. You bring in about 1.4 million a year, so setting about 1.5 does eat into the corpus slightly, but I think it's a good investment, particularly when we see the headwinds that we have coming, and it also does continue to preserve your corpus. So that is our strategy. Again, for our BHSA RFP, I know it's a lot of acronyms, it's 1.5 million that we're actually ending up investing over those 3 years, so that adds another 4.5 million. And again, we did that under an early intervention lane of our BHSA funding. So if your board is amenable to that, this helps put it in context. When we get to calendar year 2028, we will be doing our community health assessment again to ready ourselves for what happens in fiscal year 29-30. But this does really map out your plan for the 5 years. We intend to be back here later this calendar year to give you your year 2 update, and we'll be here back every year thereafter. But thought it would be helpful for your board, because we're down in the weeds here, to bring it up to this higher level so you can kind of see not only the timeline, but where we sit in the timeline and the various funding strategies and opportunities that we continue to leverage. I also think particularly now, because everybody is a little bit nervous about the headwinds that we're facing, that mapping this out and being clear with our community and our partners about how we intend to continue operationalizing our CHIP is really helpful. And hopefully through this presentation, you're able to get a little bit of a glimpse into the collective impact and the partnerships and how we're trying to thread the needle across our community. And it is a really wonderful community with really wonderful partners, many of here who are here today, and of course, all of them who live within these 37 pages. I do want to just take a moment to thank Jennifer and Dr. Wu here. And also there is a whole team in Health and Human Services that are sitting in programs who are helping develop, monitor, do site visits. Our entire fiscal team, who every single day we're throwing one more thing at them on top of all the daily injects that we're getting because of the changing landscape. And then, of course, our contracts people and our partners here and our link staff, including Erin Nievenhouse and Leslie Medina, for their work. It kind of does take a village, but I think this is a really good product of what you see when a village comes together collaboratively. Thank you. And if there are questions or comments.
Okay, thank you so much for all of that really helpful information. Is there any public comment or any question, any public comment in the room today? I'm not seeing anyone approach the microphone. Is there anyone on the phones? No? Okay, then I will ask the board for any comments or questions related to the item that we've been hearing about here. I see Vice Chair Alessio, and after that, Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. I know there's a lot of work, and for you to be able to sum it up as concise as you did, because it's really broad, and it impacts everybody in our community, whether they know it or not. It truly does. I want to thank CRC for being here, Eva and Erica, for Providence, Queen of the Valley, Terry, and Suzanne. And Suzanne, you know, I hear your name once in a while, and you make a big difference. You're saving lives. So thank you. You know, we get a lot of data, and I really love the stories that Suzanne shares, the two, because for every number that we see, there's a life, and there's a story that connects with others, with family members, with neighbors, with our community. As you can tell, this area hits my heart, because I've seen the impact. And I've seen what happens when we don't meet the need. And it's very sad. But I know that our county is working hard. I know that we work hard with the city of Napa. It wasn't really talked about here, but I know the city of Napa is partners in other areas too. And I remind us of that because I think it's really important that we remember that in this community and in this county, that we're not so big that we can't be collaborative with all. And that includes not just our nonprofits and our hospital. And thank God, as Billy said, we have a local hospital here, and it's not a county hospital, you know, and this, even with the city of Napa, this is a collaborative effort. We're seeing this in childcare very much right now, but we see this in all areas, in housing, in transportation, in all areas. And if you look at the city's general plan, you'll see it there too. And I'm very proud of that. And I'm looking forward to how this is going to be implemented in our general plan and how we can match the city in health and all policies in our general plan. So I'm going to continue to make plugs on that. I do have a couple questions. I'm going to start with the one at the very end. Director Yasumoto, you did a great job explaining how the very last slide, in terms of how this balances for the continued plan and the community health assessment that the medical centers do. So people don't realize that for every nonprofit hospital, they are required to do a community health assessment. And it used to be every 3 years, while the county does what's called a CHIP, which is very much the same thing, community health improvement plan every 5 years. So I see how you're asking us to fund the couple years gap, and I'm very supportive of your plan. I think it's a very smart plan, and prudent at the same time with the limited, funds that we have. But how does that line up, and how's the state going to do that? I think it's great. This county and the hospitals have been doing this for a long time, but how's that going to line up with the every 3 years and 5 years? Is that part of a state mitigation and legislation that they have moving forward with the change of reporting?
So the state's going to line all of them up to 3 years. So we will all then be on a 3-year cycle together.
Okay, good.
And I will tell you that I have really strong hopes and confidence in our process here in our community, because I already meet with our hospitals who do our community health assessments, and they do something called a community health needs assessment, so at CHNA and CHIPS, but we've already been engaged in discussions, even in this cycle, to better get line of sight over what all of our collective investments are, because there are slight variations, but we're all targeting the same 5 priority areas. One might be nested within the other, but they're all the same priorities. And so it makes sense to align this moving forward.
Okay, that's good. That's great to know. And so many of these, these really do, and I just want to say this, is that, we're talking about health, but health is also equity, it's safety, it's economic development. They're all intertwined. And I think that's really important that we understand that too. And I guess probably doesn't fall within today's presentation, so this may fall within a referral for future, is how my concern is what's going to happen in terms of our unhoused population and how that's going to change because of the of funding that's going to be changing, and the loss of funding and the loss of the North Napa shelter that we're going to be experiencing unless there's a plan. Right now, the North Napa shelter, which is a transitional housing, which houses it's 50, 60 individuals who would otherwise be out in the cold all alone and be very, we're going to be going backwards when we made such strides in terms of addressing those unhoused in the community. I think that if we're not number one in the state, we're top in the state in terms of actually making a big dent in terms of improving that. So I don't know how that impacts how we're going to be looking at that, or if that's a future discussion, presentation, and referral there. Any thoughts?
So I'm going to ask us to keep to the agenda item.
Okay, is that outside of the agenda of this? Okay. If it is, if the unhoused is not outside of this.
Well, it's a very important, and yes, we should absolutely keep talking about it, maybe as a referral and announcements.
Okay.
Going forward. I just want to keep us, on track here, so.
Yeah, and my only comment on that would be I would defer to Jennifer Palmer, our Director of Housing and Community Services. That really is under kind of her purview more than it is ours. At least from a housing perspective, 1.2 million of your investments in MSA went into the housing category because that was one of the 5 priority areas in the CHIP.
Great.
So if that may be helpful.
Well, then I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gallagher?
Thank you, and thank you so much to our public health team and to Jennifer for bringing the report forward. Couple of things. Well, first of all, I don't know how I feel about the fact that I qualified to fill out the NOAA survey. I'm still not Still not sure about that. But getting more serious here. So I think that it would be really interesting in the future to have more discussion around policy implications when we're looking at this report and looking at what has come out, what we're finding, and taking that a little further in terms of what we can do in terms of health policy and helping you all to sort through that. The point of the reports obviously is to learn and then to see what we need to do more of, we need to do differently, et cetera. And if there are policy implications, that would be really great for us to be discussing. We saw in the last couple of days in the media that food insecurity is on the rise in Napa and other Bay Area counties. But I did want to point out that the Napa Farmers Market is running the Food Access Coalition through this process. And so that is really a great way to collaborate to make sure there is emergency food assistance, and it's very well coordinated. So, it was very prescient, I think, to be to fund that particular program in addition to the other food stability programming. And just to jump on the presentation by Ms. Scully. There are 10, there's probably more than this. I was just looking at the map, 10 naloxone distribution boxes. Looks like we're missing Up Valley. So I'm sure NOSC is going to be wanting to work on that. But it's really important to know that that's a huge collaboration and that resource is in many, many different places. And I think just points to how within all of these programs, there is a lot of deep collaboration happening between the county and its partners. Looks like Dr. Wu wants to say something.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that, yes, the naloxone distribution boxes, Up Valley will be at the Vermeil House Calistoga Library. So.
Yeah, that's the location where HHS is co-located with Up Valley Family Center. Right. So we actually, as a NOS steering committee, do look at the data, look at where our boxes are placed, and intend to continue sourcing them in conjunction with our community partners, helping us to hone in on the best locations for those boxes. But they're really amazing.
Thank you so much.
And that one's going to be a 24/7 box available outside.
Okay, that's really great. And I think it bears highlighting that we are matching our dollars to our plan. And this isn't done in most places. And it's really, really important that we do that. And I think probably other counties will start to follow. But I just want to say thank you and congratulate our team for doing things differently and collaboratively and thinking way ahead. So thanks.
Okay, very good. And I will just chime in to say that it's really encouraging to see so much good work happening here and to acknowledge that you're doing foundational work to keep our community healthy and to say thank you so much for that. As Jennifer Director Yasumoto said, there's no quick fix for community health. I think that's a very true statement. And I really want to give a shout out and appreciate the work being done to educate child care providers, especially. That was a great case study. And, that's one of the most frequent areas where there's a gap in meeting the need, is that there aren't enough trained people. So that's really meaningful, and thank you so much. Also, really good illuminating examples of substance abuse treatment successes in the community. So thanks also for that, Ms. Scully. And yeah, I don't see anyone else in the queue, so I would think, oh, you are? Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Supervisor Cottrell, I'm sorry, I did not see you.
You know what? That's because I hit the wrong light. I apologize.
Carry on.
Thank you. Thank you to the team for this presentation. This was really helpful, and the slide deck is great, particularly the slide that maps out the multiple years and stages of funding. So thank you for that. And I really appreciate hearing from specific beneficiaries. Both the project at the Queen, to learn more about that is really important. And the work that CRC is doing is so critical. And just to your partnership and support of, a challenging situation with the Calistoga child care provider has been really important. So thank you for that. So the questions that I have, well, first of all, I just wanted to flag, thank you Supervisor Ramos for flagging Glenn County's Senior Resource Fair, because I think I see both in the CHIP and the NOAA the importance of and the priority on access. So I think for a future discussion, it will be interesting to know if some kind of Senior Resource Fair would help capture people who are needing to be connected with services. And then I appreciate Supervisor Gallagher's point about, I think you said matching resources with the plan, which that's so great to see that the CHIP isn't sitting on the shelf, but it's really informing next steps. So you mentioned that not on our table today for decision, but down the road we will be seeing a request for 1.5 million per year. But Director Yasumoto, you also mentioned that there was some BHSA dollars simultaneously. Can you tell us how that adds in?
Yes. So if we're looking at that last slide, the dark green, where I have 2-year MSA OSF, that is where we are requesting $3 million across those 2 years, so 1.5 million per year, which is consistent with the level of funding that your board has historically set aside. The point in raising it now is, one, we back up our RFP process quite a bit, and it also helps us plan in terms of overall strategies at a time when I think, again, there are lots of headwinds facing our sector. So that's that piece there. On the BHSA, as your board knows, and HHS will be before your board in 5 meetings in May to talk about BHSA implementation and that transition, which is in and of itself its own beast. But we got ahead of that process and issued an RFP in December. So that is an RFP that's been out, and we are in notices of intent to negotiate, went out Friday. And that is to continue sourcing the behavioral health components of your CHIP, continuing to use BHSA dollars where we had been using MHSA dollars. And the team has done a ton of work, because the rules are all changing, to issue those dollars and get them ultimately baked into contracts that will come before your board. And those will be 3-year contracts. So they're designed specifically to see through that 5-year CHIP period. So those are already in process.
Got it. So what is the annual sort of outlay that you're looking at from those BHSA funds?
1.5 million.
That's the 1.5. Yeah. Okay, that's the number in total. Okay, great.
Yeah, which just happens to be the 1.5 million I'm recommending for MSA for those years.
Okay, got it. And then just a question, you mentioned going out for the RFP, not the upcoming one, but there's another one coming out, correct? A little bit further down. And I'm guessing it will be something that will be approached by a lot of the current grantees. So I'm just wondering if there is, an assessment, a kind of feedback loop where your team can talk about and hear from grantees about what worked, what didn't, what lessons learned, ways that we're always looking for kind of improvement in the process and the service delivery.
Our teams are, so it may be that a lot of the same grantees continue to apply for existing projects or new projects, because again, when we issue them, they are against our CHIP objectives and strategies. We have the staff in Health and Human Services who are regularly assigned to work with and monitor those contracts, do engage with the providers. I think some of the things that we're seeing is our reporting requirements that we're putting into the contract to make sure we get reports and information back timely, because then that ultimately drives our ability to distill them down and roll them into the 37-page report that you see. I don't know if Jennifer, you had anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that this is definitely something that Live Healthy Napa County is working on with our partners as part of the quarterly meetings and the work groups. We are very interested in hearing back from partners on how the process is going, and particularly around the metrics that they're using. We strive to get at collective impact measures so we can really look across programs to see the impact that we're making. But that's challenging with so many different disparate priority areas. But that is definitely a goal for Live Healthy Napa County and working with our partners.
Great, thank you. And I just make the observation that, whenever we do a project, we always learn ways that we can do it better next time, and how we hold ourselves to, be part of that feedback loop, but also our partners in the nonprofit world too. So thanks again to the team who showed up today from CRC and the Queen. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you all. I don't see any other comments here, so I'm just going to say thank you so much for being here today and presenting all of this really helpful information. And I'm going to give us a 5-minute break, I think, and then we'll come back and do items 9C and 9D. 6 minutes. 6-minute break. Okay. Okay, longest 6 minutes ever, whenever you're ready. Clerk Hoskins. Thank you. We have returned from our break, and I am going to go ahead and proceed with number 10 on the agenda. I think it's misnumbered on my notes. It says 9A, but I think it's 10A. It's 10A. 10A, and open and move to continue the public hearing for Arrow and Branch Winery. Appeal filed by Appellant Water Audit California concerning the Napa County Planning Commission's decision on December 3rd, 2025 to adopt the initial study / mitigated negative declaration and approve the winery use permit major modification number P23-00057-MOD submitted by Stephen Contursi, the applicant, or Arrow and Branch. So I am opening and continuing the public hearing for this winery use permit. Is there any public comment on the proposed continuance? I see no one in the room. Is there anyone? There's no one on the phones. Are there any board questions on this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion and a second to continue the public hearing?
So moved, or second?
Okay.
Either.
I am, okay. I'll say moved by Vice Chair Alessio and seconded by Supervisor Ramos. All those in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you all. And we are going to go back to item 9C now, adopt a resolution sunsetting the winery code compliance program effective April 30th, 2026. I welcome a staff report from Michael Parker, Planning Manager, and Jason Dooley, Chief Deputy County Counsel. Oh, and Brian Bordona, Planning Director. Hello.
Chairman Free, members of the board, Michael Parker, and Director Bordona with Planning, Building, and Environmental Services. On December 4th, 2018, the Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution which formally established the county's code compliance program framework, which predominantly consisted of winery use permit applications. It was a voluntary program designed to allow winery operators and other use permit holders who were operating outside of their use permit entitlements to continue operations while pursuing use permit modifications or other approvals necessary to bring their operations into compliance. The resolution set a March 2019 deadline to enroll. A total of 47 use permit entitlement applications were received. Of those applications, 35 have successfully completed the use permit modification process. 3 wineries are scheduled for hearings to be considered by the Planning Commission or Zoning Administrator by the end of March. 8 have either withdrawn or been voluntarily abandoned by the applicant, while 1 remains pending and incomplete. In a code compliance presentation to the board last year, your board instructed Director Bordona to return at a future date with a resolution to formally sunset the use permit compliance program. Sunsetting the program is consistent with the board's longstanding policy of ensuring that land use operations are conducted in accordance with approved entitlements. Closing the program reinforces the idea that compliance pathways are time-limited and that standard permitting and compliance processes will govern future use permit operations. Today's requested action is that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution sunsetting the County Code Compliance Program effective April 30th, 2026. Staff is available if the board has any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any public comment on this item? I welcome that now. Not seeing anyone approach the mic. Is there anyone on the phones? No? Okay, any questions from the board related to sunsetting our winery code compliance program? Supervisor Alessio?
Oh, okay.
Vice Chair Alessio?
Sure. I don't have any questions. I think I just going to make a couple comments. This was adopted before. Obviously, I was here. But I think it was, I just commend the board at that time for seeing a solution to a known issue that was both for the county and for those in the wine industry that over time fell out of compliance, and it allowed this county kind of get on the same page for everybody who could. I know there's a couple folks that haven't been able to get into compliance, due to different reasons, but the county has had this opportunity open for quite a while. I think the lesson learned here for me is that business isn't static, that we need to be always consider to look at how we can be flexible as business changes in the wine industry or different industries around small businesses. It just does. The wine industry used to be consumer to distributor, and now it's direct to consumer, if I'm saying that correctly. But there's a whole different way that people are purchasing wine. The wine industry is operating in terms of being relevant and viable. And I just want us to continue to keep that kind of the moral of the story, and look in the future when and ever there is a need to continue to be flexible. Not to say that we have another compliance program like this, but how can we continue to be flexible in this area? So thank you, staff, for your work in this.
Thank you, Vice Chair Alessio. Supervisor Cottrell, and then after that, Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to also begin by thanking staff for the presentation, but also just for the Planning Department for working with applicants over many years, and to the 47 applicants who came forward to get into the program. I think, and like Supervisor Alessio, I wasn't here when that program was created or started, but sitting on the Planning Commission, I did see a fair number of folks come through that program, and it's coming into compliance means there was an issue that needed to be resolved, and whenever we're resolving issues, there are bumps in the road. So I think that I'm really happy where we stand now, that we're likely, hopefully, we don't know about those final 3, but they are within the queue and the time frame, but that we've got such a large majority of resolved cases. And, a lot of things, Supervisor Alessio just said business changes over time. And also we know that regulatory schemes change over time. And what I understand is that a lot of the change came from state regulations, and that was challenging for a lot of wineries. So I'm grateful to staff for the work that they've done. And I guess a question I would have for you, Mr. Bordona, and first an observation is, I saw over the time staff learn ways to work with applicants and help applicants get the education and solve the issues they could. What would be your observations or lessons learned that you see the department being able to take going forward?
Yeah, this was a successful program, but it was met with several challenges. It was on the heels of COVID, and we had a big fire. We have the ever-evolving and changing every January new host of state regulations, a lot of which affect or came into play on the wineries. Case in point is SGMA and groundwater limitations, all the infrastructure improvements related to the road and street standards. And so in order for folks to come into compliance, they had to upgrade many aspects of their infrastructure. You'll notice that there had been no WDO changes during that period of time, so no new county regulations were in play. Lessons learned, I suppose, that's a tough one. A lot of this stuff is out of our control and as such somewhat precarious. I'm always a big believer in relationships and working with people, establishing trust, and that goes a long way. I think this program had the tendency to amplify some level of distrust, if you will. So it effectively for me came as an opportunity to expand and upon relationships that we have. That's kind of the nature of the business, though, when you're regulating and trying to bring folks into compliance. So yeah.
No, thank you for that. And I think I guess that would just be my final observation, is that I think the process underscores the need for ongoing communication and education on the regulatory environment. And I don't want to minimize the incredible amount of work that I know applicants in the program went through to bring themselves up to speed and up to code. So I want to thank them for all their work in that as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Cottrell. Supervisor Gallagher?
Yes, thank you. Before I make comments, I just wanted to set us up for, I think, good parliamentary procedure. So I'm just going to make a motion that we adopt a resolution sunsetting the winery code compliance program effective April 30th, 2026.
I'll second that.
Great, thank you. Yes, I think it's been a successful program for all stakeholders, for the county, for wineries, and as Supervisor Cottrell said, I sat through a lot of these on the Planning Commission, and it's great to be wrapping it up. I think it's important what is noted in the staff report, which is sunsetting the program supports the county's transition to ongoing compliance and enforcement operations that do not rely on special programs. So I think that was a really important point to make that you made several times in the report, and just remembering that we want to get everybody back to following and living with the policies that we have in place. So thank you for all the work, and time to move forward.
Okay, thank you for moving that item, Supervisors. Supervisor Ramos, did you have anything before we go to a vote?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask in terms of kind of as we position ourselves next step post sunsetting this compliance program, how is that messaging going to change? It is a large change. One of the struggles that we had with our code compliance program, I'm really dating myself, is that people really had a mindset. Those use permit holders really had a mindset of to make the changes and to ask for forgiveness later. And so part of the intent of this program, and I think I'm the only one who was around for it all the way around.
Yep.
Part of the intent of this program was really to kind of transition us from asking for forgiveness to make sure that we provided clarity in the use permit process, because the status determination process was really designed for those incredibly old use permits that, and we have found some of them. We just had the one with the Rutherford Winery, where it was a juice component and a trucking component, which is also a very, very outdated kind of language and concept. The only one I had ever seen. And so as we transition moving forward, how is this going to be messaged to the industry, to any use permit holders, and principally to our planning commission, as that's a change in mindset, right? When we look at it now, what we're essentially saying is you cannot handle your code compliance with a modification, right? Because that's what we were essentially doing. So how's that going to look going forward?
So as part of this, part of the overall program, there's now a requirement if a winery facility finds themselves out of compliance, they have to revert back to their compliant levels or their entitlement for a period of 1 year before the item is taken up. So the purpose of that is to disincentivize violations by taking away the baseline that was offered as part of the program. So you must revert back to whatever your production capacities was, employment levels, and visitation levels for a period of 1 year. And then you would come through the normal process as if you were asking for an expansion by way of a modification.
So to that end, I guess, I mean, I'm doing what you should never do. I'm asking a question I don't already know the answer to. How many use permits do we have out there?
423 or so, if my memory serves
That's
me.
of winery use permits.
Correct.
And of other categories, I mean, we've got some bed and breakfasts and other things. What's that number looking like?
Jason Dooley may know, I want to say 35 or 45. You're really testing my 50-year-old brain here, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. So we're looking at roughly about 500. So I guess I wonder if what we can do in terms of messaging going forward, knowing that we're making this change. We haven't said it since we instituted this compliance program to say, you know, we messaged out quite clearly, if you don't come in by that March deadline, you will be required to revert. And since then, we haven't messaged in that way to our use permit holders. So I'm inquiring, I'm asked, and slightly suggesting here, how do we get that message out beyond a press release? You know, do we have a database that we can email everyone and say, like, here's the end. If you didn't come in, this is the new standard. Because I do think that that's important. What ended up happening to us is we were noticing a trend of these compliance and modification programs, and which is why we said, here's the parameters to do that, to get a hold of it. Because before my time, there were some very significant compliance matters that came before the board and had penalties. And so I'm wondering if that's within our capability that we can include that as part of this, to say we're going to message out that this is the new standard and kind of refresh.
Yeah, excellent suggestion. We could message out what occurs here today. We can remind folks of the option of doing a status determination if they're unsure of what their use permit actually entails, so they have that. They don't need to find out by submitting a modification and finding out that way. We can work with the industry groups to message out with them as well. And there's no reason why we can't message out to individual winery owners.
I would really encourage that and like us to consider that as part of today's action, to message out to our use permit holders and to really continue to allow that status determination to move forward, because I do believe the status determination is incredibly important. And we have had some changes in our use permit language as opposed to the older use permits that can be helpful. And we all learned something through this process. So I would just encourage that as part of today's action. So I would make that as a friendly amendment, that it includes messaging out to our county, our unincorporated use permit holders, that status determination remains available, that code compliance with modification is no longer available, that expired in the 2019 deadline, and that from this point forward, any compliance matters will be dealt with, revert to your baseline approvals from the use permit process, establish that baseline for 1 year, correct? Mm-hmm. And then you can go ahead and submit a modification. And I think that going to the use permit holders and those people that we know are consultants and land use attorneys that we normally treat as stakeholders, I think would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, great suggestions. Thanks.
Okay, so following up on that, Supervisors Gallagher and Cottrell, would you accept that friendly amendment? Okay, and Supervisor Cottrell, I see you have a light on here.
Yes, I think that's a great idea. I like that. That's right in line with good communication. I had a question about the 3 that are still in process, because I can imagine that the Planning Commission may decide those promptly, or if one of those gets continued. Do we need language in this resolution before us today giving some valve that says, or may, if, for those 3?
I don't have the language committed to memory. It looks like Mr. Parker has it in front of him, but we have the standard as being noticed and or heard by the decision-making body. So, for example, if we bring one to the commission and the commission wants some additional information and the item gets continued, they're still in the program.
Perfect. Okay, noticed and or heard gets it done because we know that will happen before the April 30th deadline.
Right.
Okay. And then I just wanted to echo the point that, people who wanted to participate in this program, the deadline passed just what Supervisor Ramos said back in 2019. So, there is a board action here today sunsetting, but the door had already been closed by the language of the existing ordinance. So this is the cleanup period, I would say.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. So I have a motion by Gallagher, seconded by Cottrell, with a friendly amendment by Supervisor Ramos, which I expect is clear enough in the record and to staff. Are not seeing any further deliberations. I would like to take this to a vote. So do we need to do a roll call or is this now? Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Very good, thank you for your work. And we will move on to item 9D, which is a presentation regarding anticipated future roads maintenance projects, including the possibility of bonding against future Measure U, formerly Measure T, revenues. And I welcome a staff report from Director of Public Works, Steve Lederer. Oh, and I see we have NVTA staff here as well. Wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Manfrey, members of the board. Steve Lederer, Napa County Public Works, here today with Antonio Honorado and Adrell Coleman, both with NVTA. Executive Director Danielle Schmidt sends her regrets. She was sick this morning. Otherwise, she would have been with us as well. So the referral from the board was to update the board on the possibility of bonding against future Measure U funds. And if, in fact, that goes forward, NVTA will actually be the owner of that process, although obviously we're a significant piece of it. So this presentation will be primarily around the bonding, but I did want to kind of set the stage. The first is to kind of where we are and where we're going on this. So going way back, and I think it's important to kind of start from the beginning, for decades, the gas tax was the sole source, really the sole source of funding for roads maintenance. In 1993, both the state of California and the federal government did a usual and routine update of the amount of the gas tax. It was typical back then to raise the gas tax, periodically to account for inflation and whatnot. Why 1993 is important is because after 1993, for 25 years, neither the state nor the federal government actually raised the gas tax. And since the gas tax was a fixed amount based on the number of gallons served, it was not indexed to inflation or to the price. Over those 25 years, the value of that money, what you could buy for that money, obviously decreased dramatically. And across the state, essentially everybody's roads fell into disrepair. In 2012, actually, the voters here in Napa County passed Measure T, which was a half-cent sales tax. The board members may remember, you weren't board members at the time, but you were certainly here in the community. The focus of Measure T was all about roads maintenance. Actually, when Measure T was first introduced, it included a number of things, including capital projects and this and that. It was kind of a Christmas tree, polled very badly, and it wasn't until it was slimmed down to 99% maintenance, 1% administration, nothing else. That's when the voters voted for it, something over 70%, if I remember correctly. It was voted on in 2012, but it didn't start actually collecting money until 2018 because it was tied to the end of the Measure A flood control tax. So 2018, Measure T starts collecting money, which is great. The county portion of that share of that, roughly $10 million a year. Also in 2018, the state finally proposed raising the gas tax, and under SB 1, the voters of the state of California also voted to support that. So SB 1 also started to create funding in 2018, to the tune of about $3 or $4 million. So if you add the roughly $10 million from Measure T and the $3 to $4 million from SB 1, our roads budget for paving projects essentially went from whatever sort of, if you will, dribs and drabs the board was able to create, usually to the tune of like $1 million a year, went to $14 million a year, almost overnight. Now, our pavement management program, and I'll talk about that a little later, really says the investment, separate from bonding, that our investment, if we want to maintain a pavement condition index or a PCI of over 70, that our investment should be closer to $25 million a year. But that being said, when we went from effectively, $1 million a year to $14 million a year, that was a dramatic change. Our PCI bottomed out actually at 45 in 2020. That was really kind of the end of that 25 years of deferred maintenance. And I mentioned money started collecting in 2018, but of course the bank account on the first day of 2018 was still zero. It took time for the money to collect before we could start spending. As we sit here today, our pavement condition index, or PCI, is 56. So that's still not great, but it's a dramatic improvement from the 45. We're actually at the 50th percentile of similar communities here in the Bay Area. So wherever you go, half is worse and half is better. And hopefully we will continue. Again, when we, in 2018, or really 2020, when we hit the dip, I think we were below the 20th percentile. So again, we've made a lot of progress with the funding that we have. Measure T was recently replaced by Measure U. There were some number of changes to it, but the most significant one was that Measure T specifically said you could not bond against future revenues. You could not bring money forward. Measure U says you can bond against future revenues. And the value of bonding and bringing that money forward is that all the science tells us that it is much cheaper to to maintain a road that's already in good condition than it is to fix a road that has already failed. So if you can get the roads into good conditions and you maintain them, that in the long run will be cheaper than not doing the maintenance, allowing them to fail, and then having to come back and fix them. So I've covered, if I could slide that, I've actually covered a number of points in my PowerPoint here. I do just want to mention, so in 2026, just to give the board a heads up, you actually voted on some of these projects today. Some of the main paving projects we have coming up, either funded by Measure T/Measure U or SB 1. We have a very major paving project coming up on Deer Park Road, which also includes College Avenue and White Cottage Avenues in Angwin, so major thoroughfares in the Angwin area. Also includes Sunnyside, which is cross street by the hospital. And we're going to actually bid sanitarium this year, although I don't think we'll have money for it this year. So sanitarium next year. And that will include so that covers a big piece of sort of the main network up in Angwin. Also Lower Childs Valley Road. We're teaming with the City of American Canyon on South Kelly Road and Tower Road. Solano, again, a very, very major thoroughfare. We'll be paving that this year. Work on Partrick. Devlin Road from the Soskell Ferry intersection, including the intersection itself, which is in really bad shape, down to the Chevron station. We still hope to do a roundabout there at some point, but that's not funded currently, but at least this paving project will clean up that intersection. very big project with teaming with Napa Sanitation District. They're replacing all the sewer lines in the West Pueblo area. We're teaming with them over. It's actually a 2-year project to repave behind them, and then teaming with the city of Napa. The city is doing their sections of Imola, and we coordinated with them to actually do our sections as well. Of course, we'll pay them for that. So that's what we have. Well, and other projects we have planned for 26, including our annual striping and guardrail maintenance. I don't know whether anyone saw it on Facebook, but somebody wiped out our guardrail at the hairpin at Deer Park Road last night. So anyway, we do an annual guardrail contract, and we fix everything that's broken, and then we start collecting the list for next year. What else? Well, several other projects, and also our storm repair projects from the storms that occurred earlier this year. In 2027, we have some other projects planned, but the critical thing about 2027, which leads into the bonding discussion, is that basically we have to have our projects picked out and largely designed and costed before we can sell bonds, because we have to sell the bonds with a specific project list. So getting towards where, again, NVTA will be talking, 2027, assuming that we're selling bonds in 2028, 2027, a lot of that effort will be a massive design effort, getting all of the work that would be covered by the bonds designed and ready to go. So very close to turning it over here. I just want to mention that we did choose or I chose actually, sort of a scenario, a bonding scenario as an example of what we could possibly do. It's not the only possible scenario by any means. The bonding number could be higher or lower or zero, depending on obviously the input from this board, the NVTA board, and a number of other factors. But the $70 million that I chose is, once you sell bonds, you need to be able to perform the projects within 3 years. And we have previously delivered approximately $35 million a year at our peak with our current staff load. So my choice of the $70 million was essentially saying, okay, I'm going to do 2 years of construction, $35 million each, and then anything that didn't get done, I'd still have the third year to fix it. So the $70 million is not based on perfect interest rates or whatever. It's basically a number that I backed into. And as we get closer, that can be refined. Like I said, it could be a bigger number, it could be a smaller number. There are a lot of factors that go into it. But I just wanted to say it's a good number for scenario purposes. It's not necessarily the number. I think I will shut up now, and I will turn it over to Adriel or Antonio, I'm going to turn it over to both these guys, talk about the potential of bonding. Yeah.
So Antonio Honorado with the Napa Valley Transportation Authority. Thank you very much for having us. So we'll just talk about some of the assumptions in the scenario that Steve asked us to analyze, and what are the outputs of those, what the scenario looks like. Now, we did only a single scenario for $70 million because that was a request upon us. We wanted to do other scenarios like at different levels, like at $50 or $60 million, but given some of the time constraints involved with analyzing these models, that wasn't a factor. We do have the growth factor, which we'll talk about a little bit, and a no growth factor to show that even though the bonding capacity is at $70 million, there is still a pay-go factor for this board on an annual basis, which means even with the bonding, the county in this instance will still receive a monthly and annual pay-go for maintenance of the transportation network within the unincorporated parts of the county. Just as I mentioned, as Steve has mentioned, Measure U, 30 years out, we have revenues. Napa County NVTA is expected to have an investment grade assignment, a debt assignment going forward. But of course, that's at that time, we present to the bond underwriters, and they'll make their assumptions through their analysis going forward. As Steve mentioned, Measure U, it's a 30-year bond. It's a 30-year tax measure, and it pretty much sunsets in 2055. So these slides gives an illustration of what bonding can actually do for the county. So in this scenario here, it shows that the debt issuance itself is going to be about $70 million in two tranches, expected in 2028 and 2029, $35 million each. And it shows what the county's project costs are, what the Measure U revenues are, and what the growth scenario is. So we're assuming a 2.5 to 3% annual growth for Measure U proceeds, for Measure U receipts coming to the county. As Steve mentioned, it's approximately about, for the county's portion, it's approximately about $10 million a year, and that will grow incrementally as time goes on, and the expected growth rate of 2.5 to 3%. That's conservative. Historically, Measure U has delivered about 4 to 5% growth rate since its inception in 2018. So we, of course, are trying to have a more conservative approach to ensure that there is actual capacity and the debt service can be paid for throughout the term of the measure itself. This shows what the purchasing power of the proceeds will actually look like. Obviously in 28 and 29, you'll have a big bump up in the proceeds that the county will receive. And then, of course, then there's a slow growth from there. You see those yellow bars? That's a debt service. So in this model, the bonding capacity of $70 million, the expected debt service is about $4.5 million a year. The county is expected to receive their portion of Measure U proceeds, about $10 million. It shows that even with the debt service, the county is expected to receive about $5 million per year for pay-go purposes, for maintenance, even with the debt service. And that is expected, in the growth scenario, that's expected to grow throughout the term of the measure. This just shows the cash flow. It's a lot of numbers here. This most likely will link up with the PCI scores, and Adrell, our Measure U oversight planner, will speak about that here in a little bit. But these are the numbers when we put the $70 million into the model from our financial advisors, K&N Municipal Advisors. This is the output of what the cash flow actually looks like with the bonding and the pay-go amounts. This assumes a debt coverage ratio of about two times. So that basically means whatever the proceeds will be received, the debt service must be there must be 2 times the amount of revenues to pay for the debt service. So again, it's actually a very conservative formula, a conservative approach, I should say. All right, I will hand it over to Adrell. I just want to preface this by saying the model here we have it's an optimal use case. It's a model. There are gaps. There are very broad assumptions, and until we actually underwrite the debt, until we actually proceed with underwriting the debt, those assumptions can change. The interest rate can change. The inflation rate can change. So this is an optimal use case, and the PCI scores are also an optimal use case as well. All right, thank you.
Okay, there we go. Good morning, Adrell Coleman. So yeah, just to provide a little bit of context regarding how these estimates were generated. All the local jurisdictions across the 9-county Bay Areas under MTC use a pavement management system that is called Street Saver, and this helps our agencies to track roadway conditions, evaluate treatment strategies, and model any long-term performances for their roadway networks. So each, within Street Saver, each jurisdiction, including the county, has what's called an agency decision tree. And so this includes an agency's own inputs and assumptions as far as treatment types, treatment preferences, cost and timing, and other maintenance priorities that they've outlined in their plans. And so for the purpose of this, NVTA has a bonding consultant, and they were able to create two financial scenarios for us that we ran. The first scenario, which is pictured here, assumes that there is modest annual growth in the sales tax revenues, approximately 2 to 3% per year. While the second scenario, which is on the next slide, I'll show that shortly, is a no-growth scenario. And so both scenarios are using the 2025 revenues as a baseline. And so as we can see here, numbers rise quite a bit, and they are able to maintain that 80-plus PCI score after the 2 years of bonding. This here is assuming that there is annual growth. So I think the first year starts at 9.7 million. That's the county share of Measure U revenues. While the final year in 2020 or 2055, I think the county is supposedly getting 21 million under the scenario. And this is with taking the debt repayment obligation into consideration as well. And then this is the second slide that shows a no-growth scenario. And so our consultant evaluated projected sales tax revenue receipts and incorporated costs associated with issuing bonds, including the debt payment, debt service repayments throughout the life of the measure. Using these revenue estimates that were shown for both scenarios, I plugged those numbers into Street Saver to generate the PCIs shown on both the previous slide as well as this one. As Tony mentioned, it is important to note that these are simply projections, just to illustrate the potential rather than what we actually predict will happen, and they're intended to demonstrate the best possible outcomes. Actual results of what the PCI scores will be depend on numerous factors, including interest rates of the market by the time we do go and bond, as well as actual project timing, construction costs, actual sales tax revenues that will be generated at the time we go to bond, and then other external factors. I think that's it.
So just kind of continuing to set the context here, I don't think we really said why is it that NVTA is actually our agent here as a Measure U is actually an NVTA ordinance, so they are our agent, but whether we decide to bond and at whatever level is a board decision. Each of the other jurisdictions will also be making that decision for themselves. Some may choose to bond, some may choose not to bond. NVTA has projects that they may want to bond for themselves. So they will be the agent and they'll lead this effort, but it's up to the individual jurisdictions to choose what levels and even when. I mean, we have to coordinate it with NVTA and their actions, but that's a local jurisdiction decision. If other agencies do choose to bond with us, there are certain fixed costs with doing a bond, no matter what the cost is. You know, there's bond counsel and there's this and there's that. And actually, the more that join us, the more we can amortize those costs across the fixed costs across the various jurisdictions. It's not super significant in the bigger picture, but it's still a factor. Also, the graph, what's really important, the graph that I didn't put up here, which I should have, is the graph is if we don't bond. I mentioned that our PCI is 56 right now. That clearly has come because of Measure T and SB1, but there's also been a big investment from the board here over the past couple of years, $16 million from PG&E settlement funds went into roads. That money has been spent, well spent, I might add, but spent. And 4 or 5 years ago, the board committed $20 million of general fund money also to roads. And actually, at the end of this year, that money will be fully expended as well. So going forward, if we don't bond, if we're simply reliant on Measure U and SB1 revenues, roughly the $14 million that I mentioned, and it'll increase for inflation, but if we're just reliant on that, our PCI will probably peak in the high 50s, and it actually starts going down after that. If that's going to be our only investment. Again, it's this concept that it is way cheaper to maintain a road that's in good shape than it is allowing them to deteriorate and then trying to catch up. So certainly it is ultimately the board's decision as to whether to bond or not. But as you see in the graphs that Antonio and Andrell put together, if we do bond at this particular amount, we'll see a major increase in our PCI, and we'll be able to maintain it with the revenue that's coming in. Whereas if we just continue pay as you go, we actually lose ground over time. I think that's it, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Before we do questions, I'll open this up for public comment. Is there anyone wishing to comment on this item? I don't see anyone approaching the podium. Is there anyone on the phone?
There is a caller on the phone. We have Kara.
Okay, great. Welcome, Kara.
Thank you. Let's see.
Hear me?
Yes, Carrie, you're there.
Yeah. Thank you. Hi, this is Kara Werner with the Napa County Bicycle Coalition, and I wanted to call to express our support for the idea of bonding. I know when the community was voting on Measure U, we urged our supporters to vote in support of it, and in the conversations we had around that, many folks found that the ability to bond was definitely a selling point, the ability to address roads earlier and at before inflation kicks in even further was also a selling point. And of course, a great PCI is something that helps all road users. When roads deteriorate, there's a lot of the pavement that comes loose and ends up as gravel in bike lanes that can be a danger for cyclists and cause crashes. So it's a real benefit. One thing I would add is that Measure U was also appealing because it supported the installation and maintenance of multi-use paths and protected bike lanes. And what the county has really is a transportation network. It's not just a road network. And so thinking about PCI is important, but are there other measures that can enter the conversation to look at making the roads not just better on the PCI index, but safer and more multimodal, so that we're ensuring that the county is making good on its complete streets policy and helping its Vision Zero resolution. And maybe that measurement is how much of the active transportation plan is installed along with the growth of the PCI. But I just want to add that into the conversation because it's an important element of not just improving the PCI, but improving the safety of the roads and the bike facilities as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Berner. Anyone else?
That concludes public comment.
Okay, that concludes public comment. Thank you very much. I'll bring this back to the board for comments or questions related to the item that we're hearing. And this is an update, a presentation only. So, so we're not voting on this one, but I see Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the team for the presentation. I think the board has been interested in this, and so it's great to spend some time looking at the details of it. So I had a question, but first I just wanted to echo, I'm glad that Kara called, and I think as we develop projects that can be funded by the bonding. I hope that we can look at projects that address multimodal and sort of complete streets mentality with the, its connectivity and safety too. So looking forward to that. And then a question I had thought we were aiming for a late 2027 for bonding. I'm thinking this measure passed in 2024, and so 28 seems like a long time away to begin this process. I know we have to build out those projects and design them, but can you talk to me a little bit about the timeline and if there's any potential to move it up slightly?
Yeah, so the answer to the question is yes, we can move up the debt issuance earlier, expedite it a little bit earlier than expected. I think the original intent with the modeling is when we discussed this with all the jurisdictions on when we felt they're the most comfortable to have shovel-ready projects, 2028 came to the forefront in terms of when we would issue our first debt issuance. I will say that the county is the first along with their project list and their intent to bond, and Steve has been very supportive of giving us information that he already has and what his intent is for the project list. We are speaking with other jurisdictions to see how quickly they can assemble a package together. Only a couple jurisdictions has given us some information. We will be convening a working group later on this summer to see how quickly we can assemble a package, get rated for that debt, and bring on underwriters who can probably perform their first debt issuance. So the long-winded answer to your question is yes, we can expedite that schedule to something a little bit closer to 2028 or earlier. It just depends on a lot of factors and how quickly we can get a package, an underwriting package together.
Great, thanks. And I guess I would just express my interest in moving it as promptly as we could. Thanks.
Okay. You and many residents. Supervisor Alessio, or Vice Chair, sorry.
Thank you. We talked about Health and Human Services, which touches my heart. I get all choked up when we talk about, that area and how it touches people. But I would say that a lot of people are more interested about that quality of life that they receive as they drive on our roads. Roads is a number one issue that I see in topic. So I also just kind of a fun fact, I looked up what $1 is worth today since 1993, as you mentioned. So it's for every dollar that was spent in 1993, it's $2.25 today. So, which makes sense with the rest of your presentation. I was a big supporter of Measure U. I'm glad the residents and the voters saw the benefit of that. Our PCI score, I guess it's kind of like on the low end of fair. Is that correct? It's not poor. Is that considered fair, or are we still in the poor category?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. I think 50 to 60 is fair, and then over
Okay.
60 you start getting to good and better.
Okay.
The board actually set a goal many years ago of 70 for our collectors and arterials, our big roads, and 60 for all other roads. So that's always been the goal, although we've never had the funding necessarily to support getting there. With the bonding, we can.
And when I did a quick search, the city is now at 66. I'm not sure if that's as of last year. I'm assuming it says of 2025. Yountville has the highest score, but I believe we're the lowest PCI score. And it makes sense. We're county road, so we have the lowest PCI. I definitely would like us to set a vision on this and continue to strive, whether it be the bonding of Measure U funds or however we can continue to stay on top of the maintenance of these roads. Because as you said, Director Letter, it just gets more expensive and people just become more unhappy. And of course, the cyclists, it's also very dangerous for them, as was mentioned in public comment. There was something here on NVTA and NVTA's potential other projects using the bonding. Is NVTA is part of that project looking at the Highway 29, Highway 12 or airport intersection and the future of that, or is that going to be completely different financing? Because I know we're in kind of design program for what that solution might be, kind of a South Saskell Junction next version down there. And
So, NVTA, TA, the tax agency, has bonding capacity up to $50 million. And that is for several projects, but also for highway projects. So I don't have the list in front of me, but I will say that, we are looking at highway projects, and we definitely see a need for the southern part of the county, as well as other highways in the county as well.
Thank you. And I guess my last question.
If I
yes,
could,
please.
Vice Chair, just to add that. So in the development of Measure U, some of the money is carved off specifically for NVTA to work on those highway projects, and it absolutely includes design and preparatory work for the 1229 airport interchange, which I believe is the single most important intersection in the county right now.
Yes, I agree.
Also looking at the Carneros 121 interchange, improvements in American Canyon on Highway 29, and I believe there was one other. But basically, this Measure U money is to get all of those projects to shovel ready. It doesn't actually fund the project itself. The 1229 airport intersection, NVTA is actually leading a design effort on that right now. We're looking at 3 options that range from kind of an $80 million option, a $100 million option, and a $130 million option. So those are just, how should I say, just planning numbers at this stage. But my point is this money will help get us to shovel ready, and then we're going to really have to go find, through federal or through STIP or through the state or all these other places where we actually need to go find the construction money for those projects.
Thank you for that clarification and reminder. And having something shovel ready is key in terms of going out and searching for those funds. So I appreciate that. And then the last question is, you and I have kind of casually talked about road districts as we're looking at some areas in the county that have a lot of ongoing road issues and communities or neighbors that, what that might look like. I don't think we have any road districts in the county of Napa. Are there road districts in the state that people find beneficial?
Yeah, when you're talking about a road district, you're talking about a defined area where the people in there have voted to tax themselves to fix the roads.
Correct.
In those areas. The county does not have any of those areas. Certainly they do exist in other parts of the state. The one place where we have something like that is in the airport area. We have a traffic mitigation fee, and as new development comes in, that helps fund, essentially it has funded the construction of Devlin Road from the very beginning and other sort of improvements in the airport area. But that's a very specific fee on new development to fix the impact of that development. We don't have a road maintenance area. And if some area was interested in doing that, community X with defined boundaries, and they wanted to tax themselves to basically create what would, I think, be a communities facility district, I think is what it would be called. There are community service areas or community facility district. I'm not an expert on what the different acronyms mean, but that would be the process for getting there.
I appreciate that. And I just want to thank you for the projects that are greatly needed in District 2 that'll be done this year and the years coming. I see that they're crossing all districts here in the county, but I just want my personal thank you on those. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Alessio. Supervisor Ramos?
Thank you so much. We've certainly come a long way, but we have a very long road ahead to get even better here when it comes to our PCI. And so I really I appreciate you gave some historical perspective, Mr. Letter, as to kind of what the goals were stated for PCI of arterials and collectors versus other roads. And I do think it would be very helpful to have that PCI breakdown for us to know what that status is and how that informs. So, you know, you've got American Canyon Road, an arterial that is a high priority, and so that gets moved forward. But then you've got, say, North, Second, Third that are a few years out, but those are more local serving roads. And so it would be helpful for us to kind of see what from, I would imagine, just like the PCI spreadsheet, right? Because what we get is the report of the collective number. And so it would be really helpful for us to have that as a follow-up, just information item as to what is the status of those arterials and collectors on a PCI, how are we comparing, and what kind of improvements are needed to get a bigger bang for our buck in those kind of areas. Then in the local serving roads, to have that as a separate category and to really be able to look at them really by volumes and what we need them to serve. And I do believe that we're at a point now where we can actually look at this and start integrating, not just from a PCI and data standpoint, but also from an evacuation and safety standpoint, and to have that input so that we're able to prioritize. When we look at kind of the work that's coming forward from, is it on Butts Canyon Road from James to Snell, like that is a high priority area because it's one way in, one way out. Coming up there for our Berryessa Estates folks. If not, we're sending them up to Lake County, which that portion of Butts Canyon Road, I would argue, as someone who used to live up there, is not any safer. So I think it would be important for us to have that breakdown of those PCI indexes and to see. And I think also to really to understand from, you know, a common estimator that we've been told is $1 million a mile. However, you've got $1 million on South Kelly and it's 0.2. So to understand kind of for this board, and as we look at how we're going to prioritize the bonding of this money and these projects, why some of these projects are more expensive, where do we stand in terms of that $1 million a mile? Because when we think about $1 million at South Kelly is very different than $1 million at Knoxville Road. So that would just be more information that I certainly would appreciate as we look at these going forward.
So a couple of thoughts before I forget what the questions were. We roughly every 2 years we do a pavement analysis where we actually hire a company to go out and drive our roads and give us current data on pavement condition index. Used to be done with a driver and an eyeball and a clipboard. It's all done by camera and computer now, so it's actually a much better system than it used to be. Our most recent data is just about 2 years ago. We're starting the new run, which will be super helpful in informing our bonding decisions, actually, to have the current data. But that information does give us the PCI by the different types of roads and by every individual road. And I can certainly share that information, which again is a couple years old, but it's still good information. I can certainly share that information with the board. I had something else I was going to say, but I'll stop now. Maybe it'll come back to me.
I see County Council. Oh, CEO Alsop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to, if there are other people, other board members in the queue, I'm happy to wait. I just had a comment, and Steve queued it up. Could we look back at a slide? I just want to.
Sure.
There's a slide that I thought told the story, which I think is important here. And also, Mr. Eberling's here from the Register. I want to make sure we understand what this is saying. Now, NVTA put the slide together. Does this assume the list of projects that you've received from the county? Did you take that list of projects? You know, Steve just mentioned it. And are you with bonding of 70 million, and we know that it's kind of estimate and there are things that could change or whatever, you're getting us where we, with this investment, go up to, let's just say, what, 80,
Roughly 86, 87.
for a PCI?
Yes.
87. And what is an excellent PCI rating?
Anything over 80
Okay.
would be excellent.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. Go ahead and finish.
Well, I just was, you know, the previous boards and this board collectively have made investments over the years, right, to get us to a relatively, you know, good PCI score. A lot of room for improvement. The voters have spoken, took Measure T to Measure U, principally around the idea of bonding. And with that bonding ability, if done correctly and assuming our the veracity of our planning documents on roads, we get taken up to an excellent PCI rating in between now and 2028, 29? Is that what you're estimating here? By 2030, in the next 5 years or so?
So
Or
this is
4 years?
Yeah. So thanks for the question. This is what Street Saver is estimating. One of the things that and Street Saver is very limited in the sense that this is looking at your network as a whole. I couldn't go in there and cherry pick which projects that the county plans to bond for. Another thing is this is not.
And the previous slide actually was the better slide.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
So assuming a conservative growth rate, basically we leave our people who will be in these seats, because I won't be, obviously, in 2040, we're setting them up for success, assuming some conservative growth estimates in revenue, sales tax revenue, over the course of the next couple of decades.
Yes, that's correct. This was assuming that there's just, I think, 2.5 to 3% annual growth each year throughout.
Each year, okay.
Yeah, so that
will vary.
Yeah.
But with a little bit of luck, right? I mean, even then, at those estimates, you're stating here, estimating that we're above, or we're in an excellent PCI zone.
Yeah.
Correct.
And just chiming in, I just wanted to say again that this is what the modeling says.
Yeah.
Modeling has some broad assumptions, and collectively, this is what it looks like. You know, realistically, you have to understand you're not going to go from a PCI 56 to the mid 80s almost overnight. We know that, you know that, Steve knows that very well, because after several years, we're just basically have 9 points from what they were at being at risk. So, I mean, this is aspirational, but it's also, you know, it also shows that given enough investment into your transportation network, with not only just with Measure U funds, and with bonding and with other funds that are going to invest in your network, you can achieve a very good or even an excellent PCI score and be able to maintain that. But it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to happen over, you know, over several years. And so, but the bonding you have your inputs, you have your outputs. And so there is that gap of, you know, how do we get there in a timely manner? And how do we maintain it? So just wanted to make that, but it is a meaningful investment is what we're trying to say.
So if I could just come back to the point that I was going to make for Supervisor Ramos, the $1 million a mile thumb rule is still grossly a good thumb rule, although it's probably, when we were bidding our paving projects last year, price of a barrel of oil, West Texas Intermediate, was $59 a barrel. It is $84.12 as we sit here live right now. It was 110 a couple days ago. So the price of oil is very tied to the price of pavement, which ties to the price of, you know, so and that could be at 59 next week. So there are variables. Also, the type of road is a factor. We're doing a mile on Partridge Road this year, but it also includes retaining walls. So it's going to be probably $1.5 million to $1.7 million for 1 mile. That's more expensive. Then there may be other roads that we're doing. For instance, we've recently added Mund Road to our plan for this year. It's pretty narrow. We're going to be doing it with our own forces. That's going to be a lot less than $1 million. So the thumb rule is good, but every project is different, and you just have to roll it up. And then there are the individual factors, again, like price of oil, curb and gutter, retaining walls. They're all a little different, but the thumb rule is still pretty good. I would say at about 1.2 million per mile at this point.
Okay, very good. So I will, it looks like I'm closing here because I don't see anyone else in the queue. I want to appreciate the effort that went into this process throughout, from putting Measure U on the ballot to getting us here today to discuss how we're going to move forward with that new revenue stream. And I know that road conditions are a top concern for residents, so thank you for being responsive and managing taxpayer money well to ensure that we're improving our conditions as we go forward. I want to follow on Ms. Werner's comments about complete streets and Vision Zero and making a transportation network that works for all users. Absolutely support that. Just want to be crystal clear. And something came up, and thank you, Supervisor Ramos, for reminding me about a scoring system, the scoring system and how it relates to emergency egress. So I'm going to frame that as a question. Does the current scoring system take into account the importance of a street for emergency egress, particularly for dead end one way in, one way out roads?
So it does not, but I do. When I build the 5-year plan, part of what we're looking at, and Deer Park is actually an example, Hell Mountain Road, which we've done recently. Senator Dodd actually, former Senator Dodd, a few years ago actually got us $4 million of state money that was specifically tied to evacuation routes that we ended up spending on Steel Canyon and Pope Valley Road. Although the computer does pick does give the basic scenario, there's some engineering judgment that goes into it. Just as an example, the computer might say we should be doing First Avenue in 2027 and Second Avenue in 2028. Well, I know from engineering judgment we're actually going to be cheaper if we put the two of them together, right? The computer might say that we ought to be working on one section of Butts Canyon Road, but I can look at it and say, yeah, but from a connectivity standpoint, we ought to extend that. So there absolutely is judgment, not only in roads, but also working with Firewise and vegetation management on ingress access routes.
Okay, very good. And I'll just say, keep that going. That's really good, and it's a concern from residents. And I'm wondering if would it make any difference to build that into the community wildfire protection plans, or do you feel like it's covered?
Well, I think the community wildfire protection plans inform what we end up doing here. Okay. So I think it's not so much us going there, it's their information coming here.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that they build in roads at this point, but it came up at one of the meetings I was at last week, so maybe something for continued conversation between the fire community and Public Works, just flagging that. And I'll just say I encourage you to keep your ears open to emerging roads research. There's always research going on pavement opportunities and ways to better serve all users of roads and that sort of thing. So, yep. Thank you very much. I see Supervisor Cottrell.
I just wanted to echo that point, and I appreciate this back and forth and the clarification, because also with the Knoxville Berryessa Fire Safe Council, it's becoming clear that a priority in that CWPP is improvement of that Berryessa Knoxville road. And so how we can make sure that we're in conversation, and those folks are in conversation with the roads team and the planning team on building those projects in, it will be good. So thank you for flagging that, Chair.
Of course. Okay, I think that gets us there for item 90. Thank you so much for your presentations today, and for Director Lederer and for NVTA staff for joining us. Really helpful to hear from you. I appreciate the good, thorough discussion and look forward to the products out there in the real world. All right, so that brings us to item 11, closed session. And this item 11A is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, and we will be discussing one matter there and returning to adjourn the meeting later. Thank you. We have returned from closed session. Council, would you like to report out from closed session?
Yes, thank you. The board met today in closed session under item 11A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. One matter, there is no reportable action taken. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Council. So before we adjourn today, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the passing of Helene Franke, who dedicated nearly 29 years of service to Napa County before retiring in 2022 as Deputy County Executive Officer. While I never had the opportunity to work with Helene personally, I've heard from many who did that she was widely respected for her professionalism, integrity, and commitment to public service. Her reputation as a thoughtful and influential leader in county government clearly left a lasting impact on both the organization and our community. On behalf of the Napa County Board of Supervisors, we extend our sincere condolences to Helene's family, friends, and former colleagues. We are grateful for her many years of service to Napa County. This meeting is adjourned in the memory of Helen Franke. And we will have our next board meeting on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026 at 9 a.m.